Stefan Wul is the pseudonym of Pierre Parot. Born in Paris on March 27, 1922, he began writing from childhood. Having to pursue serious studies, at the age of 18 he turned to dental surgery. Settled in 1956 within 80 kilometers of Paris, the science fiction virus takes hold of him. Writing in the morning, practicing his profession as a dentist in the afternoon, he has produced, in less than 4 years, 11, which he signs Stefan Wul. Niourk is the second one of them. Another, OMS en série, will serve as a scenario for a big animated film, La Planète Sauvage. After 20 years of silence, Stefan Wul has recently published 2 superb and flamboyant novels. Victor de la Fuente is Spanish. He has worked extensively in advertising and illustration in South America. Upon returning to Spain, he nearly exclusively dedicated himself to comics. He is the author of several comic book series, including Hackster and Sunday. He also contributed to the comic book adaptation of French history. He works in collaboration with Jean-Michel Charlier. He has just published Hagel in the magazine A Suivre, which was also printed in several countries, Spain, Italy, and the United States. Victor de la Fuente has won several prizes. The Warren Prize in 1973 in New York, the Yellow Kid and Grandi Gamp in Italy, among many others. Enki Bilal drew the cover of Niourk. Bilal loves science fiction and fantasy. He is the illustrator of La Croisière des Oubliés, Le Vaisseau de Pierre, La Ville qui n'existait pas, and more. For Gallimard, he drew all the illustrations on the covers of books by H.G. Wells, Bradbury, and Jules Verne. Enki Bilal was born in 1951 in Belgrade. He shares one thing in common with all the illustrators we work with for the Folio Junior series. Talent, of course, but above all, kindness. Stefan Wul Niourk Illustrations by Victor de la Fuente. De Noël Isben, 27. To 751,345-9, Law Number Wul, 49,956 of July 16th, 1949. Tinted for Youth Editions, De Noël, 1970. For the text editions, Gallimard, 1981. For the preface and illustrations editions, Gallimard, 1987. For the supplement, Gallimard, Jeunesse. First Deposit Legal in the same collection. First Deposit Legal in the same collection. September 1987, number 1987, number 84,127. Number off. Impression. 39,985 printed in France on the presses of Imprimerie Heresy. Preface. All science fiction novels do not deal with space exploration or time travel. Some simply describe a different world, in which laws, societies, or living conditions have changed. This is the case with Niourk, a future Earth, ravaged by a catastrophe and reduced to a primitive state. Such a cruel world, where only the strong survive, where the weak are inevitably rejected, condemned, crushed. Here the weakest is a child excluded by his own people. He is black, so different, alone, so dangerous. Then for him begins a long journey filled with obstacles, a fabulous quest that will take him from the bottom of his tribe to first place on his planet. Yes, the weakest will gradually rise to the top of the species on a planet where all hierarchies have been turned upside down. Humankind, reduced to the status of primitive beings, is no longer master of its destiny. They retreat before a new breed of octopus, whose successive mutations will surely make them soon the dominant species. Paradoxically, it is the negligence of humans before the cataclysm that has allowed this change, since it is because of the immersion of old radioactive waste that octopuses have, little by little, left the great depths. A surprising new replica of man, using in a primitive reflex eating the brain of the defeated the weapons of his enemies, the black child will acquire prodigy intelligence. After taming the ancient gods of his ancestors, these machines, the ultimate witnesses of a fallen civilization, he will break down in record time the barriers of the scale of the species, finally possessing himself of the powers of a god. Ultimate revenges. The black child, once different, unique, and rejected, multiplies itself. Condemned to death, he grants himself infinity through a science now mastered that gives him the power to reconstruct life. Representative of a fallen race who may have caused its own destruction, he takes control of the movement of the planets. As he plays with multiplying his body and those of his friends, he juggles. Naive dictator way. With this earth that has become a ball between his hands. The black child, would he be megalomaniac and Niourk an elitist novel? No, because this kid is not corroded by his new powers. God, he remains a child. Using science to serve his games, he uses it to reconstruct the cinema of a past that he can't regret, since he's not an adult. A novel full of twists and turns. Niourk poses at every page the great problems of humanity. The gods, death, eternity. The natural or induced evolution of species. Normality. Because who is normal in this narrative? Perhaps Jax and Brigg, old, unexpected representatives of a past humanity? The problem of good or bad use of science. How to criticize the final use made by the child when one becomes aware of the ridiculousness of the old gadgets that are our gods. Today, last mentioned well in advance by a visionary Stefan Wul, the problem of radioactive waste. Perhaps they have erased nearly all of the human race. The text translates to, without cloak have they caused the mutations of octopuses, whose survival instinct and need for evolution do not make them much different from prehistoric man at the dawn of the Quaternary. But if they help to decimate the last humans, they cause, in a final surge that is not a miracle, and which illustrates the possible ricochets of a science always neutral in it, ambiguous jobs, the multiplication of intelligence in the representative of our species that his equals had judged different and inferior. As if the author considered that man, grappling with a multifaceted science, had the right to retain hope of always saving his species at the last minute. First part I. The tribe took up residence in the vast depression between the Cuba Range to the north, the Hayat Mountains to the east, and the distant spurs of the Jamai Mass. The grass was always green, and game was plentiful. Men would team up to hunt stray packs of wild dogs, which were driven towards the swamps and peppered with coral fragments. They then skinned the wild dogs and returned with meat. By evening, they came in sight of the tent village. They hurled their prey into the middle of the fire, prepared by the women, and meat sizzled in the flames. Then those poked pieces with the end of his chief's lance and distributed the food. Everyone chewed slowly on their share of raw flesh and crackling ashes. When the men had eaten enough, they would retreat and sit at the entrance of their tents, laughing loudly as they watched the women and children rush in to suck on the bones, lick the blood on the floor, and burn their fingers searching for forgotten pieces of meat in the embers. They called them grass-eaters because meat was typically reserved for hunters. Thaz was tall and strong, the strongest of all. Muscles rippled beneath his tanned skin, scarred by old wounds. His blond beard spread wide across his powerful chest, against which he had once choked a jaguar. Yet Thos bowed to the all-knowing, also called the Old One. He always brought her the first part in his crowded tent, filled with strange objects offered by gods whom he was friendly with. The Old had witnessed the birth of all members of the tribe. No one remembered to have known him when young, moreover. For these barbaric minds, the past became hazy beyond a few seasons. He wore, rolled several times around his thin torso, a long collar of vertebrae, each of which belonged to a famous chief or hunter. He thus added to his own prestige that of the ancestors now lost. Through that evening, the old man came out of his tent and remained immobile on the threshold, his face scorched by dancing flames, waiting for laughter to die down one by one. One by one, the men turned their eyes to him. The herb-eater stepped aside from the big fire. The old man slowly advanced to the center of the village and spoke. "Tomorrow I will go to the gods," he said. A murmur ran through the tribe. Then Thos approached the old man, a simple wooden stick, which he placed on his shoulder before dropping it behind the all-knowing one. The old man sat down. "Tomorrow I will go to Cuba's mountains until Santiago. The city of gods," said he. "Ra!" made the deep voices of the hunters. The men turned their fans at full speed, the clearing filled with a wild rustling. The women danced around the fire with grunts. "He will go to see the gods." "Ra," said the hunters. "He will ask what to do." "Ra. He alone can do that." "Ra. He alone can climb the snow." "Ra." The fronds whirred still. Sweat ran down the chests, but the muscular arms quavered unwaveringly in time with the swift beat of the hands. After a long while, the litany ceased. Then the hunters turned on them, and the last tour of the empty fronds was stopped by a powerful thump against the tent-like skins formed from whale carcasses. Whales stranded for 500 years between Cuba, Haiti, and Jamaica Islands. When the earth suddenly dried up, when continents, transformed into mountains, dominated the vast Atlantic Depression reduced to a few salt water lakes inhabited by clocks, when vast grassland of unhealthy grass, sometimes cut off from deserts or marshes, united snowy heights of America with the European-African bloc. Between dances, Thos placed a heavy package of furs at the feet of the Old One. Piece by piece, the women dressed the old man, one after another. He extended his dirty and calloused feet while they put on him thick-soled boots of bearskin, to which thick leather sole straps were fixed, so that the cold of the mountains does not bite his feet, they sang. "Ra!" shouted the hunters. Thos bounded above the flames, making swishes with his spear. Then the old had to sew large fur panels around his thighs and chest. His slender arms found shelter in a threefold dogskin sheath, and a cap incarcerated his grey hair. When he was equipped for his expedition, dawn was just peeking over the first hills of Haiti. The ceremony had lasted all night. The hunters and women looked weary. Sleep-weary children lay here and there in the clearing, skinny little bodies shivering in the cold of the morning. The old man got up and said, "When I come back in 4 days, the black child will die." At these words, the child who was dozing with his head between his legs sprang up, looking around wildly like a hunted animal. All eyes in the tribe were fixed on him. The women clapped their tongues in satisfaction. The shoemakers beat their chests with heavy gestures. Another child threw a stone at the black child, whose shoulder was bleeding. He lowered his head between his legs and feigned falling back to sleep to get peace. Used to bullying, he knew the best way to get peace, to be forgotten. He had never understood why he was considered an enemy in his own tribe, why he was born black. He didn't know that robust blood of a vanished race was rising up inside him after generations of dormancy. He appeared to be 11 or 12 years old. Old man had always hated him without knowing why. A confused antipathy sprouted in the brain of a half-mad brute, and the tribe adopted the hatred of all-powerful old man. Yet, the black child had a less closed-minded gaze than most. His moral isolation had compelled him to amuse himself alone, to form basic thoughts, ostracized from the others, their occupations, their parties, their meals. His endless forced leisure had increased tenfold in him a certain gift of observation. He fed on refuse and small rodents caught by hand and devoured raw. Why did the old man always put off his execution? Out of fear of a backlash, of a curse. The fact that there was a black child in the tribe was extraordinary, mysterious, so suspicious. But what consequences could his death have, which he so eagerly desired? And so the old man decided to end it all. The matter was certain. The old man had spoken clearly in front of everyone, and he could not take back his words. But he had been wrong to wait so long. The black child did not believe. He was the only one in the tribe who did not believe in the power of the old man. A sure instinct told him that the old man would have nothing without his spine collar. Nothing at all. He usurped the power of the dead. But the rosary, now that serious. The black child believed it hard. As for the gods, which he had never seen, at times they scared him, and at others he imagined them as friends. He saw in his weakness a natural complement to their power. He felt obscurely that he could obtain their protection. Thus thought the black child, with his head between his hands. When he realized that the interest of hunters had left him, he slipped a fearful glance between his fingers and saw that Old had set off to the west, followed at a respectful distance by all the tribe. The child got up and wandered around the deserted village. His loneliness scared him. He ran towards the caravan and followed it, hiding in bush after bush. It was always like this. He feared other men, knew that someday he would be sacrificed, but he still needed them. Several times he had fled, but the dangers of the bush always brought him back to the great fire that burned brightly, a kind of security reigning around it. He preferred to be killed by men rather than to be hunted by packs of wild dogs, or risk being crushed by the teeth of a lizard. Far ahead, the old man seemed disguised as an oso. He hobbled heavily up a gravel slope. The howls of women echoed eerily off the bare cliff. One could see the massive silhouettes of the men who, from time to time, would whip their whips before hitting the ground or tree trunk. From time to time they all hit together, and the valleys were filled with distant thunder that disturbed the monsters in the depths of their retreats. After several hours of walking, the old man spread his arms. He had reached the level of the corral. Higher up it was snow, ice, rarefied air, where only gods or beings endowed with supernatural powers like the Old could live. That's at least what the tribe believed. The Old went on alone, stumbling over the corral covered in frost. His breath could be seen steaming in front of him. He would from time to time throw his gross pack, which contained edible roots and dried meat, over his shoulder. But as long as he could see the tribe in front of him, Old Man walked with dignity, not turning his head. But when the women's screams no longer reached his ears, he threw a quick glance behind him and stopped. He gazed at the valleys, then raised his hooded head towards the heights, revealing his black teeth in a greedy smile. He cleared his throat and soiled the snow with a green-tinged snot. He cinched his pack with a kick of his heels and, exhaling, continued the ascent. The fresh air burned his throat, so he pushed his chin back to breathe through his dirty beard, full of lumps of old food. Under the cold's action, he urinated without interrupting his walk, and he felt a tingling heat run down his legs, soak the furs, burn his eczema-like wounds just a little more. In spite of his great age and the fatigue of the climb, he imposed on himself disgusting efforts. Something drew him up there. Something wonderful. The liquor of the gods. He climbed the rocks around which countless sharks used to swim, passed through coral walls that once encircled the coasts, but now only formed a snow-covered, rare lichen-festooned barrier. At last, the city of the gods came into view. Perched 2,000 meters up, the breakwater of the port presented an odd appearance. It advanced in a prominent way above the abyss. Behind her, one could make out a heap of ruins that had been relatively spared by the avalanches. The old man climbed up to the port, scaled the steps leading to the breakwater, and ran towards the dead city. His crude soles clacked on the cracked cement. The panels of his heavy clothing flew in the icy breeze as it whistled a desperate song through the ruins. The old man rushed towards a large, windowless and roofless building. A long-forgotten inscription could be seen on the facade, worn away by centuries of wind and rain. Bizarre symbols, only comprehensible to the gods. Cuban rum S.A. The old man got under the blanket and jumped on a pile of strange cylindrical objects with a tapered end. Adam's apple twisted 2 or 3 times with every swallow. Then he choked, coughed, and his face was coated with rum. When he regained his breath, he let out a deep sigh, his eyes full of pleasure, and drool at the corners of his mouth. He then belched loudly and drank some more, before finally standing up and dancing in an awkward fashion, spinning around himself. He let go of the bottle, which shattered on the ground. He stood for a moment staring at it, then burst into laughter and picked up another one. "I am a god!" he cried to the echoes of the mountain. He stumbled out of the warehouse, meandered through the streets filled with debris. He spotted an old plastic poster depicting the beaming face of a clean-shaven man with hair as smooth as a helmet and dazzling teeth. To get a better look, he walked around a pile of rocks. By a succession of refractions, intended by the deceased men for centuries, the lips of the clean-shaven man fluttered, pronouncing a silent and meaningless word, "Easy shave." "I am a god," affirmed the old man in the poster. The lower half of the plastic rectangle wobbled slightly in the wind. The old man looked at it with troubled eyes. "Yes," he said. "You said yes." The old, tattered poster still rose a little further, stirring up magical signs that presented themselves in this unusual manner. "Easy ultra-sound razor, I am a god. Like you, the old said again, turning on his heel to seek the approval of other great images, more or less deteriorated, which covered the wall. His movement made him slip and fall on his knees. The bottle rolled a few meters away, breaking. He crawled towards it, drinking the liquor that oozed out in big gushes from the broken hole. Then he fell asleep on the ground, his head lying in the dirty snow, stained with rum and glass fragments. In the deserted street, the flat guards, stuck to the walls, kept their indifferent and tragic smile. Wind tore at the sharp corners of the ruins, howled through the broken windows, and occasionally toppled a snowball that fell near the old one, with a soft thud. Animated by air currents, the guards spoke to each other from wall to wall, intertwining above the slumber of the drunkard the silent words of their mysterious language. Easy, shave, Coca-Cola, visit Mars. At the end of the 4th day, Thaz, followed by the hunters, went to meet the old one. Stopping at the foot of the first cliffs, they waited for the appearance of the wiggling and hairy silhouette. Night fell. Foes ordered a fire to be made. A hunter took out a small provision of dry wood and moss from a bag and rubbed 2 flintstones together. A tiny flame rose, grew, became strong enough to eat away at wet wood, and spread acrid smoke that made the men cough. They waited all night. At dawn, Thoas approached the cliffs and howled like a wolf, baring his teeth. "Old man!" But his voice was lost in the clouds that were running at full speed as they frayed at the top of the corals. "Old man!" the chorus of hunters screamed. Only the wind answered. Thoas then embarked on a winding path between two cliffs. With trembling knees from a sacred fear, he advanced 100 meters and stopped. Far ahead of him, a heavy spruce branch, laden with snow, suddenly shed its burden, drawing a quick half-circle in the air. Thoas, his eyes glazed, thought he saw a threatening gesture. He slid down the slope at full speed and joined the hunters panting, tensed muscles, ready for a desperate flight. The men waited for Thoas to speak. "I saw a god," said Thoas in a hoarse voice. "He signaled me to wait. We will stay here until midday." When the women, who stayed behind in the village, saw the small caravan of hunters emerging from the jungle, they jumped up and down, shouting joyous cries. For the return of the Old One often meant the arrival of surprising gifts that the gods sent to the tribe. Pieces of broken mirrors for earrings, needles for sewing skins, cans for drawing water from the swamp. The women were delighted. One of them whirled about on her thin legs, varicose veins bulging, arms outstretched, swinging her long red hair and flat breasts about her as she went. But as the hunters drew closer, the women fell silent one by one, intrigued. The mad dancer stopped and opened a gaping, stunned mouth. The Old One was not there. In silence they surrounded the hunters. With bad temper, Thoas pushed hard the handle of his spear in the belly of a woman who was in his way. He walked up to the middle of the village. He wiped the saliva on his fingers and rubbed it on his blond beard. Then he signaled to the hunters to throw into the flames the wild boar they had killed on the way back. The black child had remained behind a tent, with his heart pounding, while the women screamed. When silence returned, he dared to look out into the glade. He heard Thoas announce the absence of the Old One. Was this good or bad for him? He wouldn't have known. Fugitive ideas, poorly linked together, formed in his uneducated brain. But the weak images which burst forth and cracked like bubbles in his head slowly polarized around a central theme. A choice, due to mysterious and inexplicable struggles of influence between primitive and rival thoughts, definitively eliminated some of them, grouped others in series innate, large enough numbers for their combined forces to give a driving impulse to his muscles. The black child stood up and went around the village, hiding behind the tents. He reached the tent of the old man. He had to cut the thick wires that sewed the skins together one by one, and crawled inside on all fours. A suffocating smell of rum assailed him, the same scent as the Old One. The black child stood still and trembled with fright for a long time, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the dim light in which he could make out the rounded ribs of the whale, carcass hanging from the ceiling above him. Soon he distinguished the details of his retirement. An incredible tangle surrounded him. Heaps of fur, broken bottles, bizarre objects that had once belonged to the god. He recognized the series of rusty pots, fixed in order of size on a log, that the old man took out on great feasts and beat rhythmically to the songs of the women. When the child had observed that his sacrilege brought no immediate consequences, he selected furs to his liking and adapted them to his small size, tearing with his teeth their pieces that were too long, and sewing them roughly as he had seen women do. He girdled several belts around his waist to hold the ensemble together and curled his feet into dogskin straps. He slipped a bag of dried meat inside and carefully slipped his head through the opening he had cut in the back of the tent. Night was falling. Deep grunts emanated from crude shelters. 2 hunters were sleeping by the fire, their bow between their legs. The black child crept out of the village in a crawling position, heading west, and entered the bush. The simple cogs of his mind were blocked by an insistent idea that was not weakened by any parasitic reasoning: to find the Old One. He ventured into the tall grasses, from where dark, spiky bushes emerged now and then, and took the path that led to the city of the gods. Heavy with the unusual weight of his clothing, he walked for a long time, unmindful of the streams of sweat pouring down inside his furs. He had to stop several times to retie the bands protecting his feet. A A cloud of mosquitoes accompanied him on his walk. Soon, the ground rose gradually, and he left the valley behind. With relief, he left behind the tall grasses from which a wild beast could spring at any moment, and climbed the first slopes with bare grass. The deep night was preventing him from seeing his path, so he would sometimes fall to the ground and, with his nose against the earth, follow the path by the fumes left by the fumes left by the fumes. Passage of men. The scent of the ancestor dominated that of the others. He finally reached the cliffs and hesitated for a moment before crossing them. Behind, the domain of the gods began. Old man! Did he dare to move forward? He trembled at the same time with both fear and cold under his furs. Gods! He cried again. Where's the old one? He listened to the whispers of the wind. The black child is going up to the gods to find the old one. The black child is a friend. Friend, friend, echoed the echo, ricocheting from rock to rock. The child inferred a divine arrangement in this phenomena. He slowly ventured into the pass leading to the dead city. From time to time he shouted loudly, The black child is a friend. He has come to seek the old one who did not come. Despite the fog bank he was passing through, he easily followed the old one's tracks in the snow. With his head bowed towards the ground, he struggled, slid down the frozen slopes, hampered by his gear. At last he emerged from the mist and looked up. What he saw caused him to drop to his knees, arms outstretched in a gesture of prayer and supplication. Above him, the black breakwater of the port stood out against the starry sky. Behind her, high apartment blocks, white under the moon, stared down at the black child through their 100 blind windows. And he thought these stone giants with multiple eyes were gods, gods with long, severe faces, crowned with a fringe of snow-white hair. The black child is a friend. He comes only to seek out the old one. He comes to fetch the old one who did not come. When he touched the key, he lay for a long time on the floor, waiting for a sign or a word from the gods, perhaps awaiting a terrible and brutal punishment. Then, nothing happening, he straightened himself up and slowly climbed the stone steps, his insides knotted with fear. Humble lone shadow cut out on the snow, he approached the houses. He followed the traces of the old to the entrance of the warehouse, hesitated long enough to cross the porch, finally decided to take a few timid steps, expecting at any second to be struck by lightning. He stepped back and entered a street where the traces of that which he was looking for were interrupted, hidden by piles of snow. He let his gaze wander around him, and, eyes popping out, knelt down again. Young, rosy-faced people surrounded him. "Visit Mars," said the red lips of an space hostess. She said the same thing, useless as it was, with a frozen smile for 500 years. "The best one," whispered in silence a chubby figure waving a condiment pot. The child fell forward, startled. His hands plunged into the snow. He felt under his fingers the contact of a stiff body padded with fur. The gods. It was that, the gods. They seemed benevolent, the black child repeated. "I have come to look for the old one." Then he dared to look at what he was touching under the snow. He slowly cleared the white powder that had accumulated around the corpse. It was indeed the old one. The black child shook him while crying, "Old one!" He made a gesture that he would not have dared to imagine a few hours earlier. He touched the old man. He spoke to him, a pariah who had never approached the all-knowing without receiving a stone of hatred in full face. But the old man did not move. His blue face from the cold quivered under the shakes of the child. He held in death a blessed smile of drunkard. His beard was soiled with snow. A small ice stalagmite was hanging from the corners of his black lips. "The old man is asleep," murmured the child. "When the old man no longer sleeps, the black child will tell him that the tribe is waiting for the old man." He searched the god's approval in his gaze. "Easy shave," said a young god with an unkempt beard. "The black child is the friend of the gods," dared proclaim the child. He slowly approached a poster and touched it gently. Then, gathering his courage, he reached out to touch all the others, one by one. None of them objected. The black child concluded that the gods were with him. With a heart full of fresh joy, he got lost in the maze of deserted streets, laughing at all the images he encountered, kicking his way through with great strides and flying. Around him in clouds the wonderful cold white powder that he touched for the first time in his life. When dawn began to peek over the hills, the cry of a hungry baby woke Thos. He opened his eyes and looked at the faint light filtering through a tear in the tent above him, with a stupid expression on his face. Then he stood up, knocking over his women around him. A thought had just emerged behind his thick skull. "The old one hasn't come." He went out into the clearing. His tawny skin was covered with goosebumps at the crisp outside air. As a somnambulist, he approached the campfire and gazed at the two sleeping gods with a vague expression. Then a complaint issued from his deep chest. One by one the hunters came out of their tents and stood up, their bowstrings wound around their waists, at respectful distance from the chief. The two gods, awakened all at once, moved away from those who appeared in bad humor. This one stood for a long time, gazing at the fire in the hearth. Then he slowly raised his head and cast an absent look over his men. He opened his mouth. "Thos will go and wait for the old one at the cliffs," he said. He pointed to a man. "Bag will lead the hunters. He will take them in pursuit of the wild dogs. This evening Bag and the hunters will bring back meat from the wild dogs. Thos will bring the old one back when he has left the gods. He will bring the old one back when he has descended from the cliffs." He shut his mouth. The thunder of his quickly spoken words died away behind his golden beard. He armed himself with a sling, took up his lance, and set off from the village in a powerful stride. All that was heard then was the rustling of high grass, through which he had disappeared. Then Bag twirled his slingshot over his head and said, "Let the hunters follow Bag." The men left. The village was populated by women with hanging hair and skinny children, with puffy bellies who coughed to their heart's content, scratching their mosquito bites nervous. From the night, the black child visited the ruins. He went across the debris, passed through deserted streets, entered the cellars of a building, and got lost there for a long time in the underground bowels of the city, in the maze of basements and subways. Finally, he caught a distant light and thought the day was breaking. He headed toward what he thought was an exit, and found himself in a room decked out with advertisements, where the light was much brighter and warmer than that of the sun. He didn't know that a pile of silicon, miraculously intact, had been illuminating and heating the room for centuries. He felt like he had entered the most sacred of sanctuaries, the very realm of the gods themselves. After admiring and speaking familiarly to the gods that surrounded him, he lay down on the ground, ate some of his provisions, and fell asleep peacefully after shedding his too warm furs. A new idea took root in his first slumber. The black child will tell the old one that the tribe is waiting. The child will tell when he's woken up. But the black child would not follow the old man. He would stay with the gods. The black child is a friend of the gods. He awoke. He sought to escape from the underworlds and realized that he had slept next to an exit. He climbed the stairs and found himself outside. The cold forced him back downstairs to retrieve the clothes he had left behind. Once geared up, he roamed the city and eventually came across the street where the drunkard's corpse lay. His approach took flight with 3 vultures. He found the face of all-knowing horribly pecked by the beaks of these birds of prey. Hollow sockets opened 2 black holes above the macabre grin of teeth, revealed by the absence of a cheek. The old man is dead, said the black child. This revelation plunged him into boundless astonishment. He had never imagined that the old man could die one day. Then, with great effort, he pulled the corpse, dragged it on the snow, led it towards the metro entrance. It took several hours. It was much easier to push the body down the stairs. When the stiffness of flesh disappeared under the influence of ambient warmth, the black child carried out the rites he had witnessed performed in the tribe. By a unique chance, he had found the old one dead. It was therefore up to him to carry out the rites. No hunter could claim to have seen him first. He split the skull and devoured the raw brain, appropriating all the strength and all the science of the old one. Then he toiled for another day, disrobing the corpse, carving up the flesh, and extracting a spine that he added to the funereal chapel from which the old one drew most of his prestige. The black child wrapped the chapel around his waist and shoulders. "The black child is the old one," he murmured, satisfied. "The old one is the black child. He is no longer dead. He lives in the body of the black child." He came out of the cellar and went towards the harbor. Then he stopped. He desired to see again for the last time something that had intrigued him the day before. He retraced his steps and searched for the place. It was a large, severe-looking building. Above the door, one could see magical signs. Police. The little black boy avoided the locked door and entered by a window. His small size allowed him to pass between the bars of a grill. He passed through a desk with polished parquetry covered in papers, came into a large room whose wall had a rack of shiny tubes. The child seized one of the objects and swung it about with puzzlement. He placed his eye to the orifice of the tube and saw nothing. "It's a bone," he thought. "The gods have sucked out the marrow." He blew into the tube, imitating those with his war whistle. No sound came out, and then he realized that the other end of the tube was inflated, that it could be held firmly in his hand, its grooved surface fitting exactly to his closed fingers. This perfect grip, this feel of solid hold in the palm of his hand pleased him. He carried the bright object away without knowing anything about its use. He crossed the harbor, walked out onto the pier, and headed back down towards the tribe. He didn't need the protection of the gods to face him anymore. When Thos reached the foot of the cliffs, he shouted at the old one for hours on end. He screamed until he was exhausted, and as night fell, he started back towards the village, his voice broken, death in his heart. As he ran through the tall grasses, it seemed to him that he heard something. He stopped and strained to listen. Then he lay on the ground and felt a vibration, a distant multiple gallop. He rose up on tiptoe, extended his nostrils to the breeze, and inhaled the scents of night. "Wild dogs are still chasing Thos," he thought. "It's because Thos is alone." And he growled from deep in his throat like a wild animal. He started running faster again. After a few thousand meters, he stopped again. He heard the distant yelps following his footsteps. The pack had come even closer. Then he returned to the back, making a big circle. Then, finding his tracks, he climbed onto his lance with a heroic leap over a dozen high-growing grasses on a slight slope. The dogs were very close. The two lay hunched down in the grass, opening their mouths wide to muffle the sound of their quick breathing, restraining any movement, and suppressing the urge to massage their injured ankle with a rock. They heard the pack pass by in front of them, tracking across fresh ground. They heard the steady, inexhaustible pacing of the dogs, interrupted by brief barks and whines. When the noise receded, Thos got up quietly and ran away in the direction of the wind, so that his scent would not reach the nostrils of the dogs. From time to time he jumped with the help of his lance in order to cut his trail. When he felt himself fairly safe, he resumed the way to the village. As he approached it, a growing uneasiness took hold of him. He first thought that day was breaking behind the hills, for a reddish glow colored the horizon. Then he remembered that night had only just begun. Finally, he noticed that the light came from a specific point in the landscape, dead ahead of him. "The village," murmured Tos. He ran faster, his body dripping with sweat, the breeze bringing him the smell of ash. A pack of dogs passed by him, almost at his feet, fleeing the fire. Then he saw that the ground seemed to wave and slip in the direction opposite to his own. He looked more closely. A crowd of rabbits, small rodents, snakes were escaping in all directions. 2 jaguars appeared and immediately fainted after a few quick jumps. Then a bear growled without giving him a glance. At the turn of a bush, he suddenly saw a wide ribbon of flames running over him through the savannah. The air became unbearable. Black spectre with twisted arms towards the sky, a solitary tree began to smoke, and then caught fire all at once. Then, far away, Thos distinguished the blackened carcass of the village tents. "Where are the hunters? Where are the women?" Thos cried in the crackling flames. "May the hunters answer Thos," he said again. The glow cooked his face. He had to retreat, run faster and faster. The whole plain was burning behind him. She, the jaguar, was hungry. His ocellated body oscillated among the scorched debris and charred tree trunks. His tail beat against his narrow sides, filled with dry muscle. The jungle was devoid of game. At times the ground still smoked, despite the torrents of water that had fallen during the night before. At intervals the jaguar burned its paws and growled. He lifted the muffler and breathed in the breeze, but he only felt, to infinity, a scent of cold ashes. He went on walking. Knots of strength stood out under his fine, short fur. Soon he approached the hills. Spared by a whim of the wind carrying flames, they were still green, barely burnt at their bases. The jaguar bounded slightly over a puddle of ash-colored mud and ventured into the sun-heated hills. It covered another few hundred meters and lay down under a tree. From time to time, its flanks quivered briefly at the bite of insects. Its tail nervously chased away flies. The jaguar yawned from hunger, and then its nostrils fluttered. He stood up on his tiptoes, stifling a sharp cry. He smelled the man's breath coming to him. For a moment he held his nose in the breeze, capturing the faint, fleeting currents of the odor. Then he climbed to the top of a hill, hesitated for an instant, and slipped into the grass on the other side. He was walking faster, occasionally sniffing to make sure he was going the right way, and then resumed his soft trot. He was about to enter a clearing when, suddenly, he saw the black child. The child had stopped and was shedding his fur. He was naked, wiping away the sweat that burned his skin. A shiny tube lay in the grass at his feet. The jaguar was still too far away from its prey to pounce. It lurched to the top of the hill and waited. The thin black child went back and forth around his slender torso, the necklace of vertebrae. He sat in the grass and rested. Impatient, the jaguar backed off and slowly descended to circle around the knoll and approach from the left. The black child chewed on a water-soaked root to quench his thirst. He whispered softly to himself as he stroked the shiny object he had brought back from the city of God. From time to time he slapped his shoulders or sides, which were devoured by flies. All around him, the jungle buzzed with thousands of insects, and this immense buzzing sounded like silence in its barely broken uniformity, occasionally interrupted by the distant cooing of a quail. He gazed at his swollen feet from the walk, and then suddenly leapt. He had seen a thin snake slithering towards him. Careful, he reached out his hand to take the shiny object that he didn't want to give up. He took it and made another leap back. At this moment, a large yellow body flew through the air for a second above the grasses and then fell. Claws extended at the spot where the child had just left. Frightened, the little black child stood still, gazing into the eyes of the big puma with its drooling mouth. He quickly sought shelter around him, but there were no nearby trees that he could reach without being reached by the tiger first. So then he pointed to the god's tube in front of him, waiting for the second attack. "The black child is the god's friend," he said to the jaguar in a hurried voice. "If the jaguar kills the black child, the gods will kill the jaguar. The black child has the color of the dead. The black child is also the old one. Let the jaguar leave and let the black child go. It has eaten the old one's brain." But the beast crept slowly. Then it made 3 swift steps and stood up. Closing his eyes, the child pushed before him the tube of the gods and fell headlong from the shock of the beast. A jolt shook his arm. He let go of his weapon and hid his face in his hands, waiting to be torn by the claws of the wild beast, whose weight he felt on his furrowed back. But the jaguar did not move. The black child felt a foul heat running down his face. He opened his eyes. The dead beast was horribly mutilated. A mysterious blow of the axe had cut it at an angle, separating the big-headed, a part of the chest and the left leg from the rest of the lifeless body. Blood poured from the black child's wounds. He drew back and stood up on his trembling legs. Then he let out a jerky laugh. "The gods killed the jaguar," he said. He was beginning to believe in his own power. "The gods and ancestors of the necklace killed the jaguar," he repeated. "The gods killed with the bright staff." He picked up his weapon and raised it over the body. The object bounced off the dead flesh. A tongue of fire shot forth with a hiss and carved a breach in the back of the jaguar's spine. The recoil caused the boy to stumble. "The black child is stronger than the jaguar," he said. "He's stronger than Thoth." This one vibrated and shot a brilliant spray up into the sky. Amazed, the child repeated his motion and got the same result. He then realized that all he had to do was push on the handle. There was no need to touch the opponent in order to kill. He approached within a few meters of a colossal tree, aimed, and pushed the handle. The trunk of the tree was cut to the 3/4 by the fire of the gods. The wood smoked a little on the lips of the wooden wound. The vegetable giant cracked, oscillated, swayed slowly, and fell with a thunderous noise, raising a cloud of dust that rose like incense, like an offering to the victor, to the thick, frail, immobile figure of the black child, amazed by pride. Thoth had run far in front of the fire. Nearly defeated, he ran breathless into a bog. Lying flat on his stomach in the foul water, he allowed the terrifying heat to pass over him. Torches went out with a hiss in the water. Several burned his face. The air became unbreathable. From time to time he had to submerge his head under the water, for he felt his hair turn red. But the water itself grew hot, and Thoth feared death. Finally, the flames receded. The crackling fire hair ran off into the distance, sweeping the safari with dry grass, leaving only a blackened terrain behind. The boy had to stay a long time in the bog because the ground burned his bare feet. His stomach was grumbling with hunger. He ate frogs cooked over the bank's embers and felt deeply humiliated by the meal, for it was food unfit for a hunter. Bloodworms were sucking his legs dry. He tore them by the handles, switched places, and started over again. Finally the storm loomed in the distance. Brief flashes of light illuminated a desolate landscape, black silhouettes cutting through a field of grey ash as far as the eye could see. Water fell in large drops at first, then in a deluge. The surface of the bog rose slowly. The ground cooled down. Thoth went out and walked alone and naked in the frozen thunders, at random, without recognizing anything of the savannah. When the clouds dispersed, when the last roll of thunder rumbled over their grey backs, fleeing the horizon, the sun rose. Thors walked towards the east, looking for his tribe. He leaned on his spear. His injured legs swelled at a sight. He felt weaker and more vulnerable than a gazelle. 3/4 of his strength had been sucked out by the leeches of the swamp. The triad with haggard eyes, their strength exhausted by the fatigue of the night, lay prostrate in the grass of the first heights of Haiti. Men were snoring. Standing amidst the limp bodies, Bag sadly gazed at the scorched expanse. He was trying to find the valley spot where the comfortable and reassuring tents of the village had risen, but he no longer recognized anything. A deep despair filled his soul. When Old Man disappeared, he had counted on Thors to find him. But Thors himself may be dead, and Bag felt on her shoulders the weight of decisions to make. 2 walls of strength and security had collapsed before him. The Old Man, and then Thors. And now all eyes were focused on Bag. But Bag felt naked and alone in the face of nature's threats. It was the last stronghold of the tribe. This tribe had been reduced to 100 individuals, as the fire had been devastating. Many children had died. The black child had disappeared, but this was insignificant, perhaps even a good thing. Bag especially regretted the death of 10 brave hunters, among those who had faced the flames in an attempt to save their male children. Thus dreamed Bag, as he cast a veiled look at the grey valleys, still dressed yesterday with soft grasses and teeming game. It would take weeks to see the land turn green again, for the bushes to bloom and the packs of wild dogs to gather in search of rabbits. And for weeks one would have to eat. But what to eat? The multitude of animals that had fled in disarray with the men were likely to have gone much farther. The hills were deserted of almost all animal life. Suddenly Bag trembled. Something was moving in the distance in the desert of ashes. A tiny spot was heading towards the Hayat hills, towards the tribe. Bag put his hand over his eyes, alert. Then he touched with his foot the chest of Soam lying nearby. Soam sat up grumbling. The valley had called out to him in the distance, and Soam was known for having the vision of an eagle. "It's a man," said Soam. They stood side by side for a long 1/4 of an hour without saying a word. After that time, Soam declared, "It's Thors." And as the members of the tribe woke up to his voice, he repeated, Soam looked down into the valley. Soam saw Thors. Thors returned. A woman laughed with joy. A hunter twisted his crossbow with a grunting sound. Although Bag was also happy, his relief was tinged with a confused bitterness because already, upon Thos's return, no one looked at him anymore, waited for him to give animal order or advice. He was no longer the leader. "We must go to meet Thos," he said. And at once the slope of the hill was covered with hunters dashing down to the valley. 14 Thos was walking slowly, his head bowed to the ground. Each step he took resounded in his painful skull. His injured legs had drunk the dirty water from the marsh. They were red and swollen. He leaned on his spear and stopped, resisting the temptation to fall into the ashes, from which he would not have risen again. He cast a vacant look at the greenery of the hills, and felt his heart overflow with hope. He had seen the hunters coming to meet him. He even heard, dimmed by distance, their distant cries of welcome. Then, with his arms clamped around the handle of his gun stuck in the ground, he let his head fall forward. A thread of saliva connected the floor to his tired mouth. He waited for his people in this position. He was soon surrounded, supported, carried by the strong arms of the hunters. They spread him out on the fresh grass, and women wrapped his legs in large, wet leaves. After a week, Tos felt strong enough to walk alone. He stood and silently surveyed the miserable camp, made of rare dog skins stretched over rods, with panels held to the ground by mud and stones. It was the hour when the hunters would soon return, and the fire shone brighter in the twilight. Women were prostrate around the fire. Their bones protruded, as men left them no more than a scrap. They lived exclusively on roots, worms, and insects. Used to their squabbling and chatter, Thoas suffered from their exhausted silence. Here again Bag had brought back only 2 rabbits, a pigeon and 3 dogs, which was very insufficient to feed the tribe. It was high time that Thals himself led the hunters. His chest swelled with pride. Tomorrow, he thought, Thals will lead the hunt, and the tribe will be able to eat. They will be able to build large tents with the hides. Soon the hunters arrived. The long mine, Bag fit to lay at the feet of the chief the meat of a dog. Bag killed nothing else? Asked Thals. The hills are empty, said Bag. The game has fled. Thals gestured for them to throw the meat into the flames. After some time he distributed small portions to the hunters. The women and children looked on with enlarged eyes as they ate. A child began to cry while biting his fist. Thals waited until the thin meal was swallowed. Then he spoke. Thals has recovered strength, said he. Tomorrow, Thals will command the hunters. Then we shall leave the hills. The valleys and the plains are burned. He indicated the east with the point of his lamp. There the land rises ever higher. It's Mount Haiti. Only the gods live there. Over there it's the great swamp where the tribe would be devoured by crocodiles. He pointed to the west. Over there, the gods have kept the Old One. The gods are angry, and the Old One has not returned because the tribe did not sing loud enough or dance hard enough to honor the Old One's departure. He didn't come down from the Cuba chain, and the gods sent fire. The spear pointed to the north, pointing to the old strait between Cuba and Haiti. The tribe will follow Thors. Thos will get them through the Wind Pass. In the land of monsters, we will find game. Thos felt the shiver of terror running through the simple minds of his companions. He rose to his full height and puffed out his chest, the flames cutting powerful swaths through the muscles of his body. He pounded his fist on his loud chest and brandished his spear. Thors is strong, he said. He is cunning. With Thors, the tribe can conquer the monsters. They can eat the monsters. The hunter's fear slowly turned to aggressive pride. They drank the reassuring words of the chief. They needed someone strong to guide them and cheer their broken spirits up due to trials. Thos will kill the monsters, cried a man. The tribe can eat, shouted another. In the cheers that erupted from all sides, in the hysterical screams of women, Thors, with his teeth bared and his blond beard flowing towards the stars, burst into a confident laugh. Just as the tribe needed him, he needed her admiration, to boost his sense of his own power. 60, the black child, had spent several days in the hills, enjoying his freedom and dominion over them, fearlessly facing attacks from the wild beasts, drunk on liberty and power. Then he remembered his tribe and felt a rush of joy at the prospect of seeing it again. He imagined himself arriving at the village and firing up a flame towards the black sky before the bewildered hunters. He imagined Thors bowing his knee before the one who had eaten the old man's brain, before the friend of the gods. His despair was complete when he emerged from the hills. The scene that presented itself to his eyes was nothing but desolation. The breeze made ash clouds fly around the black skeleton of the isolated trees. The child slowly descended towards the place where the village used to stand. He felt alone. What was the point of his power if it couldn't be seen? What was his pride if he couldn't see its effects in the mirror of hundreds of eyes staring at him? He wandered through the black savannah, finding it hard to orient himself by the rare, distorted clues he had kept the image of alive in his head. There was the great flowering bush, from which one turned left. It was left with only a few thorny branches. There, the huge 100-year-old tree that had become nothing more than a large black stump. He walked about 1,000 paces from the village without recognizing it, passed it by, arrived at the marsh, which was no more than a greyish pool with a few crocodiles with their bellies up, pecked at by vultures. He slew one of the marauders with the weapon of the gods, and, finding nothing to make a fire with, devoured raw the tough meat. About evening he came upon whale carcasses and recognized the debris of the village, but he could not gather any clue as to the direction which the fleeing tribe had taken. The breeze had blown away the traces in the light ash. The man's scent was blurred by the smell of fire. The black child heavily fell asleep on the floor. The next day, he wandered around in the sun-baked desert. After hours of lonely walking, his heart beat faster. He came to stand on the ground, more solid at this point, the print of a bare foot missing a toe. Thaws, thought the black child. He looked again and discovered another print about 50 meters away. The black child looked towards the east. Thaws has gone toward the hills of Haiti, he whispered. He boldly went to Haiti, spent long hours climbing the first slopes, was glad to find human breath among the herbs, saw the traces of the tribe's camp. But that tribe had migrated north. A gigantic metal snake descended from the heights of USA, straightened and crossed thousands of miles of unhealthy jungles or salty deserts to go lost in the Great Lake of Monsters. This tube had a section of 5 meters. In some places, it completely disappeared under the sands. Further on, he connected, like a bridge. Flat-topped ridges of 2 hills. In distant times, when the ocean covered most of the earth, when only the elevated mass of North America, Cuba, Haiti, and Afro-Eurasia poked out above sea level, this tube had been built by men. It was nothing more than a gigantic landfill. Dangerously radioactive waste was enclosed in lead-reinforced concrete spheres that were pushed by pressure into the tube down to 6,000 meters underwater amidst the monsters of the deep where a cold night was streaked with glowing fish. For eons, the spheres had accumulated on the bottom of the sea, slowly covered with calcareous concretions. Slowly, very slowly, over generations, singular changes took place in the appearance of the surrounding underwater landscape. The concrete balls became luminous, and the abyss was no longer there at night. Unknown algae of strange form appeared. Animal species were definitely wiped out, either killed by radiation or made sterile over time. Others were born. Those who benefited the most from this new environment were the large black octopuses with yellow eyes. Their glowing eggs gave birth to mutant offspring, larger in size and less brutish in intelligence. Cartilage formed in their tentacles, then many bones giving their limbs new stiffness and solidity, while not taking away from their old flexibility. Later, the octopuses learned to gather together to understand each other. They were able to communicate with each other using complex gestures expressing more nuances than the spoken language of humans. They went up to the surface more and more often, at first out of pure animal curiosity and a desire to explore, then out of necessity as the species became amphibious. When the earth dried up, many died, but the survivors adapted to the increased salinity of the Great Lake, a remnant of the former Atlantic Ocean. They were able to exit the water and gallop on the beaches, with their flexible limbs ending in horned claws that were almost solid. They slithered behind bushes, becoming almost invisible by changing the color of their skin to match the terrain. Gathering to hunt mammal game, they ran over it, suffocating it with their powerful arms, tearing it with their hungry beaks. However, 2 physiological needs hindered their ascent in the scale of beings: the need for heat, and the need for water. They could barely make it through a 0-degree cold and had to hibernate in the depths when the surface of the Great Lake froze. They suffered more than men from a lack of moisture and couldn't go without a bath every 3 or 4 days, or they would perish. True. For a long time, men avoided venturing into the vicinity of the Great Salt Lake. He ran through their cloudy minds terrible stories, and no doubt walked by legend, about the land of monsters. For the men of Thos's tribe, the problem was simple. It was enough never to cross the wind pass for peace, because the monsters could not follow the men up the snowy slopes. However, octopuses had certainly still evolved, for the grandfather's father once dared to climb to the pass, and he claimed to have seen monsters galloping on the frost. He also said that he had seen countless fires lit by them, and that the big lake at night was illuminated from below. It was night. All the members of the tribe, pressed together, were sleeping seated on the floor. They shivered, for the collar was close, and foes walked from side to side and sometimes hopped on the spot to warm up. The hunters are strong, he thought. Yesterday Thos led them in hunting. Thos is clever. He brought back much meat. The tribe ate much. Tomorrow we'll kill the monsters. When the stars paled, Thos touched Bag's shoulder with his hand. This is the translation of the provided text from Autotuan. Celui-ci s'éveilla. Que Bag prenne avec lui 2 chasseurs et commence à franchir le col, dit le chef. Quand il aura fait 1000 pas, Bag imitera 3 fois le bêlement du chamois, et la tribu montera à son tour. Si Bag voit des monstres, il ne mettra que 2 fois le cri du chamois et atteindra tous. Without a word, Bag took his slingshot and awoke 2 men. 3 silent shadows melted into the night, heading north. Thos waited. After a while, 3 weak wails reached his ears. He raised the members of the tribe and separated them into 3 groups. In front he placed the main group of hunters, a little bit behind the horde of Yule, and then a small rear guard of about 10 men. He climbed in difficult places with the help of his spear. Attached to his waist by a coarse rope, a guard's mallet swung at his hip. The old one had once given it to him. It was just an enormous crowbar. Thos was very proud of it and only brought it out on special occasions. His muscled arm, extended by that strange weapon, could break with one blow a bamboo as thick as a thigh. With his eagle eye, he surveyed the heights. Far above him, he would catch occasional glimpses of the silhouette of the 3 scouts, sometimes exposed on the gravel slopes, sometimes hidden by bushels of gnarled pines. They ventured into a gorge where colossal rocks were piled high. Far to the right, snow-capped mountains glowed in the rising sun. It was Haiti. A violent wind whistled a death song on the edge of the granite cliffs, tugged at women's hair, and made children with bloody feet cry out. Men struggled, bent over forward to resist the force of the breath from the land of monsters. The rare trees with tormented shapes had their branches all leaning in the same direction. On the left, a little city of the gods rose very high among the snows, far above the pass. As long as it was visible, women went past, turning their heads or covering their faces. The tribe then crossed a stream whose fast water tied the legs of the weakest to drag them along. A woman carrying a baby slipped, was swept away, grasped a rock as she passed by, then clambered onto it, soaked through, lifting her arms to the sky and letting out heart-rending howls of a wolf. She was pointing to something downstream. Her baby had escaped from her. Hunters rushed from rock to rock and stopped at the edge of a vertiginous waterfall. They saw the little body bounce several times in a row and then disappear. They made gestures of impotence and slowly returned to join the column. The woman remained crouched on her rock, tearing her face and screaming at full volume, letting the others pass by. Then, half crazy, she came to pull a man's arm from the rear guard. She cried out something that the hunter didn't understand because of the roar of the waters. The hunter pushed her roughly forward, gesturing for her to follow the tribe. The woman stumbled along, soaked through with water and tears, her throat shaking with sobs. They finally came upon a vast amphitheater surrounded by high red cliffs. The tribe joined the scouts there. To get down there, they had to form strong ropes with their leaves tied together. They slid from the terrace to the ledge and reached the bottom after 2 good hours of effort. The wind passed over the basin, and foes had the impression of a restful silence after all morning of noise. The heat became very intense, with the sun being at its highest. The crowd on the edge of a vast, warm pool cried out in joy as they bathed in its refreshing waters to wash away their sweat and exhaustion. Standing in the water up to his waist, a man spoke, his eyes shining with happy surprise. "The pond is full of fish." Gam feels the fish rubbing against his legs. It was a mad dash. Everyone dove into the water. The pond overflowed, arms plunging in, seeking to grasp the slippery prey. Fearful fish leapt onto the ground, only to be devoured alive. The edges cracked beneath eager teeth. A well-fed hunter laid a huge carp at the feet of Thole. Laughters rang out. Rested limbs, caressed by the wet mare's mare, and full bellies communicated a sense of trust to the spirits. And the tribe felt invincible. "Thors will slay the monsters," said a hunter, acclaimed by the crowd. Thors brandished his lance, and the threat loomed large. With prudence forgotten and the instructions of silence and discretion cast aside, a torrent of enthusiasm overwhelmed them. The men no longer felt hungry or cold. They felt empowered by their numbers. At times they would find solace in gazing upon the formidable stature of the dominant chief, towering over that of the other hunters. A spontaneous war dance formed at the bottom of the arena. Leaves whirled, and echoes of songs ricocheted off the rocks. The dark vulture was pecking at the cliff's edge not far away. At the bottom of its cave, the bear growled, annoyed by the noise that came to disturb his solitude. Its black nostrils quivered. Lordament, he approached the entrance of his den and stuck his head out, stood on his hind legs, and stuck out his nose to feel the wind. Then he went past the bush of thorns. That hid the bottom of the arena. There he saw the men. He saw a crowd of gesticulating figures and heard unpleasant cries. The bear grunted again. Then he stretched and made claws on the bent trunk of a pine tree. He sat on the ground and considered, in a thoughtful mood, the noisy invaders. He shook his big, hairy head in bad temper. The women's sharp yowls were breaking his ears. But as there were many men, the bear repressed his urge to charge. He turned away, descended a stone ramp, and set off at a heavy trot. Those saw him then. With an authoritative gesture, he stopped the dancing and pointed to the animal that was fleeing with indifference. "The bear!" he cried. He quickly made the gesture, cutting off the edge of the hand in the middle of the crowd, and with an expressive movement of the finger, indicated the other side of Thebe. Circus, disciplined by the rapid decision and authority of the chief, the passion for hunting drove half of the men forward. While about 24 hunters ran to outrun the tiger on the right and block its path, the others formed up in place in a scattered line, hurriedly charging their spears. As for Thors, he ran straight at the bear. This one arrived soon in front of the catchers and stopped. The hunters gestured, shouted, beat the ground, saw with their feet clouds of dust towards the beast. Indecious, the bear stood on his hind legs and considered the men who blocked his path with an expression of calm interest. Despite their excitement, the hunters took a step back. The size of the animal was terrifying, but Thors was coming. At the deep thump of his naked feet galloping on the earth, the bear turned its head and saw its attacker. Thos stopped a few feet away from him, lance forward. In the same instant, a heavy stone thrown by an irritated hunter reached the animal behind the ear. He let out a terrifying cry, fell on all fours, and shook his heavy head. Then his small, hateful eyes fixed on the immobile silhouette of the chief. He believed that Thos was the author of this wicked and painful attack. He charged. Thos took a knee and raised his weapon. In 3 strides the bear was on him and rose up, but his surge was checked by a terrible pain in his belly. The coral point had broken through to gash the beast's insides. With one swing of its paw, the bear hacked away at the weapon. The lance snapped clean and Thos tumbled into the dust. The man immediately got up while the animal, raving with pain, whirled around him and howled. Hypnotized by the spectacle, the hunters did not think to intervene. Thos's crossbow already roared. The hard stone reached the bear in the forehead. With a leap, Thos was on the animal, and almost immediately doubled with an intimidating whack at the same place. The man had struck with all his strength. Dressed to the nines, arms raised sky high, he had felled the hefty weapon between the bear's 2 eyes. It was a gamble, as the animal still posed a threat, and with the shot deviating, the bear had time to maul Thos before perishing. But the hefty English key had shattered the frontal bone, spilling forth the brain. The bear trembled on its feet and lay heavily, its muzzle in the dust, at the feet of the victor. Immobile and panting with a club in hand, Thos seemed almost surprised by his victory. A silence weighed for a few seconds over the arena. Then screams of joy poured forth, huge ones. The whole tribe made a circle around the chief and the monstrous beast. The hunters had finished breaking the skull box of the wild, and, kneeling before Thos, they offered him the warm brain. Thos has defeated the bear. He did it all by himself. Thos is stronger than the bear. Men explained with strong gestures how Thos killed, mimed the fight, puffed up their chests to represent Thos, screamed to imitate the beast. An awe-struck child, with eyes widened by wonder, left his mother's legs and touched with his fingers the thick fur that was motionless, then immediately stepped back again. The audacity of his gesture, the nostrils quivering with pride, Thos finished eating the brain with bloody hands. Calm amidst the exclamations, he bowed down over the huge body that was starting to be stripped on sight, and took up the point of his spear. He licked it and offered it to Bag, who knew how to choose a tree and work wood well. "Let Bag make another spear for Thos," he ordered. The 8th, a strange animal, wandered in the mountains. Despite its enormous size, it climbed with agility, using its 7 long and flexible limbs. An 8th limb appeared to be budding between 2 large yellow eyes as wide as saucers. Sometimes the animal vaguely resembled an elephant, sometimes a giant spider, with something more flabby in its manner of moving. The color of his skin varied with the colors of the scenery, blending in with the foliage or gravel. If he remained immobile, it was difficult to notice his presence at 100 meters. Suddenly, the beast fell motionless, its eyes fixed on a specific point on the side of a tree. Slowly, the tentacle between the 2 eyes chose a sharp line in the strange quiver placed under the monster's belly. The thin end of the tentacle coiled into a spiral around the lightweight weapon, brandished it like a whip, relaxed like a whip. Suddenly, driven by a spinning motion that intensified its thrusting power, the javelin flew towards the tree, impaling the little red squirrel coveted by the monster with air. Cruel thud against the rough trunk. With a muted sound, the octopus blew out a small cloud of steam from the moist orifice that opened on its side. Then he leapt the 50 meters to his prey in 2 bounds. He retrieved his weapon and carried the small corpse to the hideous maw located beneath the central tentacle in the form of a trumpet. As he was about to resume his solitary hunt, His skin suddenly broke out into warts. This was his way of showing irritation or anxiety. He sensed an odd noise coming from the mountain. He could hear it, though he was deaf. The slightest abnormal vibrations in the ground were transmitted to his flaccid and attentive flesh, substituting for the sense of hearing. From his full height, he stood on the tip of his 8 limbs. The dome of his head, with its yellow eyes, rose above the treetops like a ghost. He looked at the expanse. Then he gathered himself and crossed an embankment at incredible speed, sometimes galloping, sometimes leaping. He came to the edge of a cliff and saw strange creatures stirring around the corpse of a bear below. His flesh prickled. Instinctively, he sought a javelin, hesitated, abandoned the attack. He had recognized the men, this choice prey, which old octopuses had described to him. He receded slowly, avoiding to manifest his presence. He leapt agilely from rock to rock, and, going faster and faster, he headed towards the Great Salt Lake, which was several hours away. Apes so often bent forward, so often on all fours. Bag climbed a slippery slope. 2 men followed him closely. Far behind, at the mercy of the terrain, for moments one could make out the long line of the tribe, led by Thors. It was hot. Having reached the top, Bag wiped away with an inverse motion of his hand the sweat that was blinding him, and his lips began to tremble. In a hollow between 2 mountains, a vast surface was glimmering. The Lake of Monsters. Without his 2 companions, he would have turned back, sliding down the slope on all fours. A remnant of pride immobilized him. He ordered one of the 2 scouts to go and report to Thos that the lake was in view and waited, reassuring the other hunter with his apparent calm. So many frightening legends had surrounded this lake, a halo of mystery. After waiting for half an hour, the staff returned with orders from the chief to continue. So Bag rushed forward, dragging the other 2 along with him, his fervor fueled by fear. They ventured beneath the gloomy canopy of a forest, crossed a plateau where some rabbits were running, descended again, walked for several hours, and began to wade through stinky marshes. The trees that grew in the water had strange and worrying shapes. At every moment, Bag took a twisted root for a tentacle, and his blood froze. At last, they emerged onto a white sandbar in the middle of a shallow pond. Exhausted, they bathed in the mud of the pond that stained their hair and clothes, and stretched out in the sun, jumping at every rustle of the leaf fringe on the bank. They were joined later by the tribe. Thors watched with concern the exhaustion of his people. He signaled a stop by driving his spear into the sand. "The hunters need rest," he said. "The tribe will camp here. The sun is still very high, but the tribe will rest on the sand. The large lake of monsters isn't far. Tomorrow, the hunters will be strong enough to kill the monsters." Sentries were posted along the shores of the pond. The rest of the tribe settled on the peninsula. Each made a bed in the hot sand. Some slept with their heads under a fur rug to protect themselves from the heat of the sun. Many chewed bits of bear meat. A new caution was necessary. They were in the land of monsters, and Thors forbade making fire or speaking loudly. Step by step, the sun's light receded. The trees' shadows stretched across the calm waters, tinted purple and gold by the sky. Night birds began their coming and going on velvet wings. From time to time, a hand would slap a shoulder, eaten away by mosquitoes. Now and then the frogs' croaks would swell into a raucous din. The shadow was growing. Immobile and unwavering, the tall figure of Thors kept watch over the tribe's slumber. With keen eyes, he monitored the shore's perimeters, where he knew the sentinels were posted, awaiting a cry or sign of alarm. From time to time he turned slowly around the peninsula, checking the vigilance of men who blocked the isthmus and considered with suspicion the unusual shadows caused by the gentle wind in the branches. X-Bag was sound asleep in his sand bed, which was made to his size when the chief touched him on the shoulder. He jumped up, made a defensive gesture, and recognized the silhouette of Thaz leaning over him. "Is Bag resting?" he breathed Thaz. The hunter came out of his hole and stretched, cracking his joints. "Bag is a little cold, but feels strong," he answered. "That's good," said Thaz. "Let Bag wake up 10 men and go replace the hunters guarding the shore." One after the other, 10 hunters were dragged out of their slumber. Like somnambules, they followed Bag, crossed the pond with water up to their chest or shoulders according to their size, and got lost in the vegetation. Soon, Thaz saw the sentinels returning whom he had relieved the previous night. He hid his men and himself rolled flat on the ground under a bush, holding the club in his fist, wide-eyed at the night. After a few minutes, he felt a bunch of unpleasant sensations sliding over his half-naked body. Small insects, larvae, worms, and toads were crawling along his chest and legs. He had to restrain himself from moving as little as possible, contenting himself with tapping the back of his hand. From time to time, he didn't know what bug was tickling his ears, forehead, or cheeks. A sharper and colder touch on his thigh gave him an intense urge to jump out of the bush. A thin snake was seeking the warmth of the man. Slowly, Bag retreated. Her chair shuddered with repulsion at the sight of the reptile's flesh. He didn't know if the snake was dangerous, so he took precautions to avoid upsetting it. With patience, he managed to keep a safe distance between himself and the animal. Then, he rushed outside and emerged from the bush, scraping his skin on the thorns. He spotted a knotted trunk nearby and easily climbed up into the tree. He climbed as high as possible, far from all that creeps, crawls, or glides, far from wet or slimy beasts. He took his stand on a branch with both feet up in the air and resumed his attack. From his observation post, he had a clear view. Chance had placed him before a lighter, more open forest. He could clearly make out a tangle of shimmering ponds shining under the stars. The further one went, the more vegetation gave way to marshland. A faint mist blurred the alarming outlines of contorted trunks and plunge roots, slowly merging them all into a single blue-tinged hue. Bag imagined, shivering, that he saw the great lake up close. He climbed a little higher in the tree to expand his field of vision. What he saw only increased his impression. The forest ended about 1,000 steps away. Beyond that, it was just thick mists hiding, probably vast salt flats and water for eternity. It was the Great Lake. He fixed his gaze on the mist at one place where it seemed thicker. He had the feeling that it changed color, becoming darker and darker. Then he thought he saw a huge mass looming up before him. He slowly turned his head, shut his eyes, and waited a few seconds. When he looked again, there was no doubt left in his mind. Something was coming towards him, something which held him petrified to the tree trunk, motionless and with pounding temples. His vision grew hazy. As he now saw in his dream, 2, then 3 masses like him, slowly advancing towards the forest. Soon he distinguished 2 large, bright yellow eyes. A quick movement on the right made him turn his head. A line of monsters was galloping silently to go around the camp. Then, on the left, other silhouettes emerged from the mist. The sky wanted to rain, but its throat was knotted, and nothing came out. He slid down the branches as fast as possible and, throwing himself into the water, joined Thaz. "Monsters!" he blew with an effort. "Monsters are everywhere here, there, and everywhere." His finger pointed in turn to the north, east, and south. "Are the monsters big?" asked Thaz. Bag made a gesture expressive. His hand described a vast arc in the air. Thaz put his fingers in his mouth. He let out a soft, modulated whistle. Soon, the lookouts were folding back onto the peninsula. Their heads seemed small black dots poking at the shimmering water. Awakened quietly by the chief's hand, All the hunters took their places in a circle on the sandbar, bow in hand. Suddenly a woman turned to one side in her sleep. A stone placed under her crushed her hip. She opened her eyes and saw the defensive formation of men. She sat up, scanned the shore, slowly raised her gaze into the trees, and wide-mouthed. An awful cry came from her throat. She had just caught sight of a monumental dome that soared above the foliage, a dark cupola pierced by two hallucinatory eyes. The scream tore at everyone's nerve. The women packed together in the center of the peninsula with their crying offspring. Thaws's sling swung, but the stone thrown only met the void. The terrifying appearance had already disappeared. Suddenly a sound of broken branches and shattered trees rang out in the forest, mixed with rough breaths and heavy thuds. The screams of women rattled the hunters' calm. Thaw's silenced them with a threatening gesture. He ordered the women to bury themselves as much as possible in the sand, and to keep their faces turned towards the ground. "To let us fight," his words brought calm. The women desperately scratched at the earth, turned their faces to the danger. Noise drew closer. A tree swayed and fell into the pond, raising heaps of water. A monster appeared on the shore. The night blurred its massive contours, hid its appearance. Only the eyes were clearly visible. Thors let out a snort with his bow, a dry and flasky sound. An eye disappeared. The monster let out a sonorous snort that sounded like a cry. More stones reached it everywhere, bounced off its flesh. The beast leapt into the pond, rather than attack out of instinct, but a powerful wave rushed back towards the isthmus, flooding the hunters. However, the water's depth was not enough to conceal the beast from its enemies. It retreated and emerged from the mud with a hideous hissing sound under a hail of stone. Soon, other giant octopuses appeared. One of them whipped the air with a tentacle. A hunter fell, his throat pierced by a thin metal bar. "Aim for the eyes!" Those screamed in the chaos. The men redoubled their efforts. A squid had advanced into the water, halfway between the peninsula and the shore. But its attack was hampered by the mud where its weight pulled it down. He could neither swim in the scanty water of the pond, nor run on the too viscous bottom. He brandished a spear when Thos's lance whistled and struck him in the eye. The monster rose to its full height, belching out a black smoke that spread across all of the pond in an instant, causing violent coughing fits among the men. Between two quintals, Thos was shooting at the banks at random since nothing could be seen. Everyone felt alone in the middle of a total night, not knowing if others continued the fight. After a long moment of painful coughing, Thos began to distinguish around him the shadows of his men. The opaque cloud gradually dissipated. Thos threw a few stones into the forest, but the monsters had retreated. The desolate water lapped softly at the shores. Only a few distant moans could be heard. 2 men had died, and another was injured in the shoulder. The sky paled with the first glimmers of a tragic dawn. Thos ordered the bodies to be buried. The hunters obeyed, their gesture weary. Their dazed gaze reflected the horror of the night. Thos felt the tribe's spirits wavering. It was time to speak some words of encouragement. "We have defeated the monsters," he said. "They fled. The hunters fought well. The monsters attacked us at night. We did not know they would do that. Otherwise, we would have made a fire to fight by, seeing clearly. But we will kill them. They won't be able to launch us with sharp points because we're going to plant wooden stakes around the sand to shelter ourselves." He pointed out a number of men charged with felling the wood. These crossed the pond and disappeared into the forest. After a moment, a great cry reached the ears of those who remained on the island. Then an exclamation concert. A hunter appeared on the shore and made big gestures. He put his hands in a megaphone around his mouth and cried, "Those has killed a monster. The monster is there. It is dead in the forest. Thos dived into the water and quickly reached the shore, followed by the others. He went under the canopy, guided by the one who had announced the news. A few hundred meters away, surrounded by enthusiastic men, an enormous mass lay on the spongy ground, its tentacles in disarray around it. All stepped back at the arrival of the leader. Thos approached. He kicked the heavy and soft mass with his foot. He saw the lance that he had believed lost plunged halfway up the hilt into the dead beast's eye. He climbed onto the big, slippery corpse and had to lean over to pull his weapon out of the wound. He waved it around. "Here," he said. "Thos killed the monster. If the hunters follow him and obey him, he'll kill more." He pointed at the tentacles. The hunters should cut off the monster's legs to feed the tribe. It glowed. The black child stopped in front of the bear skeleton. He scraped the broken bone scraps from the end of his weapon. The tribe ate the bear, he thought. The hunters sucked out the marrow from the bones. He turned in circles for a time, and finally spotted where all the barefoot tracks gathered into one direction. He took a path that climbed gently between huge rocks. He reached the top of a hill and surveyed the scenery before him. All around him there were only valleys with streams running through them, rocky slopes, pines growing on reddish-hued mounds, forests climbing up the mountainsides. The black child felt something within himself that he could not define, some sort of moral expansion of all his being. He was there, all alone in the sky, with an invincible weapon in his fist, the weapon of the gods. He reigned over the world. He was unafraid of danger or hunger, and he followed the tribe's march. He would soon arrive as a conqueror among his people. Those would bend the knee before him. The other children would look at him with fear and envy. No one would dare throw stones at him again. He was the black child, and at the same time the old man, as he had eaten his brain. He was also all the great missing hunters whose vertebrae he wore in a necklace. The well-fed flesh gave him beautiful rounded shoulders, full and flexible shapes. It was a fine little ebony statue with daring eyes and bright laughter that stretched out in the sun at the top of the hill overlooking the valleys. A beautiful, polished black statue that unleashed its shiny weapon towards the sky as a sign of joy. He then leapt lightly from his pedestal and descended the other side, exclaiming modulated cries that sounded like a crude song. "The black child is strong," he cried, and he was amused to hear the echo repeat, "Is strong, is strong." The gods gave him the bright stick. Then followed an enumeration of everything that the black child had done. The black child killed the jaguar. The black child cut down the big tree. He killed the vulture. He ate the vulture. The black child would never be hungry again, and the echo extended each phrase of these strange litanies. He reached the vicinity of a stream and lay flat on his stomach to drink the clean mountain water. Each gulp gave him the feeling of swallowing a metal blade, as the water was so cold. He left his gun and fur on the bank and bathed in a natural pool where the water was calmer. When he had finished his joyful ablutions, he wanted to go back and swam towards the shore. But he did not finish his movement. A huge bear, brother by size of the one killed by Thos, and who he had not heard approaching because of the noise of the waters, he satisfied his thirst. The child saw his red tongue lapping in the basin. The bear licked its snout, yawned, and rubbed its mobile nostrils with its big paws, while throwing the little black child a few distracted glances. Finally, the beast turned around the fur, and the weapon of the gods, it farted down the spine all along its length. It so much upset the child that he forgot his fear. He threw water at the bear, shouting, "The bear should drop the rosary and shining stick." The gods gave them to the black child. He whipped the surface of the basin with the plate of his hand. The bear received a few drops on its forehead and shook itself, growling. Then he stepped back to a convenient distance so as not to be wet and sat on the ground. The child cautiously advanced toward the bank. But as soon as he got within a few meters, the bear was at the place where the child wanted to approach in 3 steps. The child retreated. He threw more water at the animal and berated him. Annoyed, the beast began to pace back and forth near the clothes. From time to time, it turned its head towards the child and showed its teeth. Or else it pretended to walk in the water, but immediately gave up when its paws got wet. "The bear doesn't like cold water," said the child in a scornful laugh, "and yet it has a fur that keeps it warm." When the black child picked up the shiny stick, he would kill the bear and tear off its fur. But the child was chomping at the bit. His forced bath had dragged on. He decided to get out, and as one of the banks was forbidden by the presence of the wild animal, he threw himself into the current and, carried along, reached the other side, some 30 meters downstream. When he was out of water, he realized that the animal had followed the other bank parallel to him and was still facing him. The child climbed up the creek to the spot where he had left and sadly looked at the little pile of objects kept by the bear again. There was all his power. There was his safeguard, within a dozen meters only, but inaccessible for the moment. He got angry and threw stones at the bear, not realizing that he was increasing the animal's rancor and decreasing the chances of seeing it leave its pack. In fact, the latter was engaged in displays of hostility. He feigned a charge, jumped around, then stood on his hind legs and swung his arms about in a manner that would have been comical in other circumstances. When the bear gets hungry, thought the child, he will have to go get some food. He left the shining stick and the chaplet of vertebrae. He lay down on the floor, waited. The bear slowly calmed down and did the same. After an hour, the black child stretched, yawning. His enemy had his head between his paws and looked like he was sleeping, but the child didn't trust that. He distinguished the small, vigilant pupils under the half-closed eyelids very well. The black child looked around him. His eyes went upstream from the torrent, his forehead furrowed in the effort of thought. After a moment he got up and slowly climbed back up the stream. As the bear had anticipated, it allowed the boy some headway, then lurches heavily to follow him from the other side of the river. The child ran about 200 steps and suddenly plunged into the tumultuous waters. Helped by the force of the current, he swam as fast as possible. The bear, initially surprised, trotted behind him, but was soon left behind. The black child turned his head back to gauge the speed of his pursuer. Lack of attention caused him to severely injure his shoulder against a rock, and paralyzed by pain, he let himself be dragged at random. The favorable fate led him into the relatively calm waters of the pool, where he just managed to see the bear arriving within 50 meters. The child made a superhuman effort to reach his weapon before the enemy arrived. Disrupted by his injured arm, he swam all the same towards the shore and reached it just a fraction of a second before the bear's rush. The child seized the weapon and fired, as he already felt the beast's breath on him. She did a back somersault and rolled over her side, 2 legs half burned. Their awful yells filled the valleys. Seti. The sandy peninsula was entirely surrounded by a double barrier of sharp stakes reinforced with strong knots of vines. In the large fire lit in the center of the camp, grating pieces of thick tentacles, as thick as human torsos. The fresh flesh did not displease the hunters. Those rejoiced to see the good mood of the tribe revival. He vaguely understood that the morale of his own only held to sufficient food and a prestigious victory from time to time, without too many losses of men. He had never led a battle as terrifying as that of last night. If the hunters had not settled on the peninsula, they would certainly all have been slaughtered. But the battle ended with the monster's flight. Confidence resulted from this. It strengthened itself by finding the dead octopus. Now one knew what kind of opponent to expect. The enemy was powerful, but we knew its resources and fighting methods, some of its weaknesses too. Squids could uproot trees with a push. They were certainly capable of mowing down a dozen men with one tentacle stroke. They threw spikes of death from a distance, but their soft skin absorbed the stone blows harmlessly. and their eyes were relatively easy targets because of their size and luminescence. The spongy terrain slowed down their run. Thos ruminated in silence everything the horrible night had taught him. He painfully made plans for battle in his heavy brain. He exulted at glorious images, saw the enemy's fear spread around him. A single thing disturbed, worried him. The black smoke spewed by the dying monster. He found no solution. He painfully deduced from the facts that this phenomenon had also hampered both monsters and men, as the first ones had disappeared. In the event of a battle, one would need to kill a squid as quickly as possible in order to scare away the others, and a dead squid meant meat for several days. Thos tossed the 2 metal spear tips launched by the monsters into his hand. He threw one onto the ground, trying to stab it into the sand. He practiced several times before he succeeded. Then he spotted a tree about 10 meters across the isthmus. The gun fired, and the bullet lodged in the hard wood. Thos was delighted. He exercised for most of the day, then forced Bag and a few other skilled hunters to do the same. When the first stars began to twinkle overhead, the sky was the palest blue. Thos declared, "We shall keep the tips of death sent by the monsters and use them against them." A faint cry attracted their attention. A woman pointed a finger towards her belly, her surprised eyes hugely opened. A heavy silence followed. All, with gaping mouths and stunned faces, stared at the woman without uttering a sound. A radiant halo bathed the contours of her stomach and intestines. She feverishly passed her hands over her abdomen as 2 black shadows, trying to ward off the unsettling glow. Fear. Fear brought a sob from her throat. Seated on the floor, she raised eyes filled with supplication towards Thos, who had come closer, seeking either help or explanation. "Is the monster's meat burning her belly?" asked Thos slowly. The woman made no movement of her head and licked her lips. Then she fixed her eyes on the chest of the leader, and her horrified stupefaction seemed to increase. Thos lowered his gaze upon himself. The strange fire also illuminated him. He could see the blurred sketch of internal organs through his skin. As one after another, the hunters and women leaned their heads towards their bellies, jumped back in surprise, unable to believe their eyes. A woman next to Thos was about to scream. Thos firmly closed her mouth with his powerful hand. He hurried to speak so as to tame the panic he felt coming on. "The monsters have fire's strength," he said, convincing himself as he spoke. "They are filled with fire. They spit out smoke. And now that the hunters have eaten the meat of a monster, they too are filled with fire. But this fire does not burn them. If it did, the hunters would be dead by now. This fire will make them stronger than before. And the more hunters eat of the monsters, the stronger they will be." He pointed to his belly. "This fire makes Thos stronger," he insisted. He crouched down, scooped up a sturdy gourd that was lying on the sand, and crushed it with one stroke against his raised thigh. He threw the 2 pieces far away and limped slightly in the middle of the others, because he had done himself a lot of harm. "The stick was very thick," he continued. "Yesterday Thos wouldn't have been able to break it. Today he can. Because he ate fire meat." A man stood up and whirled his sling. The stone whistled towards the sky. After a time that seemed very long, we heard the splash of the stone in the pond. "Treb threw the stone over the stars," said the man. "The stone took a long time to fall. Treb was stronger for having eaten the monster's flesh." The atmosphere of catastrophe changed to enthusiasm. Everyone tried out strength-displaying tricks. Bag jumped farther than he had yesterday. It was true. Everyone could see it. He leaped like a jaguar. Gam felt his muscles stiffen as he pressed them against the others, and they could not deny that he had hard muscles like rock. Thus the tribe's faith in him grew. Its belief in his invulnerability. Thus trust was restored because Thoas found the words to work on simple minds, words which he himself fell for first. When they grew tired of trying out their new abilities, their attention turned to the blue glow that filtered from within them, growing brighter as night fell. They laughed and played at hiding and seeking with their hands, then revealed it all in one go, or formed dark grids and strange patterns with their fingers. The second attack of the octopuses caught them in the middle of their game. A hail of javelins fell upon the camp. A javelina hit him right between the eyes. A hunter spun around and ran to meet a woman who was writhing on the ground. A whistling point scratched Thas's thigh, who roared an order. Everyone ran for cover behind the fence of stakes. The hunters were chipping away at the forest, where the invisible enemy was hiding. Seeing their efforts as futile, Thos stopped them. Using the tip of his spear while still hidden, he brought to him the javelins strewn across the sand. Soon they all followed suit. In no time each hunter had a dozen or so javelins. Thos near him, a big pile of dried vines by the scorching sun of the day. What? It was the surplus of bonds that had been used to reinforce the rampart. "So everyone does like Thos," he shouted while gesturing to Bag to light a fire. He wound a dry vine around a staff, then he threw his torch, which flew towards the trees. Soon, launched by the hunters, dozens of firebirds flew towards the forest. 14th. The bear was lying on its side at the edge of the torrent, the black child standing before it. "The bear has been defeated by the brilliant fire staff," said the child. "He has been defeated by the black child." He broke out laughing and added, "The bear can no longer walk. The black child could finish it off if he wanted to." He shot a jet of fire into the air, and the bear leaped painfully backward in terror. The beast fell heavily and moaned. It licked its wounded paws and coughed with pain, eyes half closed, and drool at the corner at its mouth. "The bear is thirsty," said the child. "The black child will give him water." He looked around and soon found a large shell like a plate. He filled it from the stream and, carefully, pushed it with the end of his weapon under the bear's nose, which drank noisily and long, licked the empty container. "The bear is very thirsty," the child observed. He drew the shell to him and refilled it. The bear licked his wounds 3 times in succession and continued to lick his wounds. The black child sat down and spoke kindly to the beast, which inspired him with a sort of pity. The boy could kill the bear, he said, but he gave him to drink. And yet the bear wanted to kill him. The bear didn't know that the boy was a friend of the gods. The boy ate the old man's brain. He stopped and stared at the bear. The child and the beast stayed for a good while, eye to eye. "The bear might be hungry too?" the child asked gently. The bear groaned. The child spotted a tree some distance away, one of its big branches buzzing with bees. He took aim at the tree and brought it down, then burned the hive to a safe distance. He had to try several times because the terrified insects kept swarming around the beehive. Finally he dared to approach, split a big branch with a fireball, and got stung in the arm by a bee that managed to escape. He squatted down and took the sticky honey rays in his hands. He pushed this food towards the bear and was happy to see him accept his gift. The bear had been chewing on the wax for a long time, at the end of which there was sugar and flour. It got stuck in his teeth. Sitting opposite him, the child also devoured honey while talking to the bear, which seemed to get used to its presence. The child slowly felt an attachment for this being that he spared. What would the bear do if the black child wasn't there? He said. He couldn't drink or hunt with his burned paws. It occurred to him to imitate the old one when he treated the burns with herbs. He pulled some wild mint stalks and crushed them in the large shell with a little water. Then, with caution, He circled around the heavy, helpless animal and carefully placed the plaster cast from the injury on his back leg. He dared to repeat his gesture on the front leg, where the bear might have crushed a limb with one blow of its jaws. But the bare, half-closed eyes did not move, so the child gently caressed its forehead. The bear let out a soft growl. The child pulled back her hand, then did it again. The bear growled less loudly than the first time. After a while, he sighed in relief as the child's hand stroked his fur, something he wasn't used to, and pushed his large head under the child's arm, who laughed with contentment. As night fell, the child and the beast slept side by a wood fire. Their dreams were lulled by the murmur of the wind, the whispering of the waters, and the crackling of the flames. After 2 days, the bear could walk with a limp, encouraged by the child who fed him honey and fish. On the 5th day, he was almost convalescent and followed the child everywhere. He could not resolve to leave his big friend. Finally, he decided and whispered to the beast's ear, "The black child must find his tribe again. He will leave the bear now. The bear is healed now. He can hunt alone now. He doesn't need the black child anymore." And the boy, after one last caress, set off towards the north. The beast allowed him some distance first. Then she trotted ponderously on her master's heels. Towards midday, they stopped in the hollow of a dry valley, ate some of the meat from a wild goat that the boy had killed, and fell asleep in the shade of a large rock. Thus missed the worst of the heat. When he awoke, the child, out of play, put his saddle on the bear's neck. He was first surprised, and shook his head. Then he got up and amazed at the small muscular legs that hung from either side of his neck. Finally, he stood up and took a few steps in the sun, to the great joy of the child, who rubbed his ears. At the end of the day, with the game often renewed, the beast was quite accustomed to serving as a mount, and the child took advantage every time he felt tired, or when the rocky ground hurt his feet. Following the tribe's tracks, they entered the large swampy forest and waded in the disgusting mud of the marshes. Disgust. The bear moved forward by gripping itself to the huge twisted roots, and soon the child imitated him. This approach was slower but less tiring. When night fell, they looked for a more or less dry spot, and the child started a fire. They had a restless sleep under the warm and unpleasant rain that continually fell from the foliage, forming a damp veil between them and the stars. In the morning, they resumed their weary march through the mist-laden air filled with putrid odors. They quenched their thirst in a fairly clear pond and jumped from root to root, sliding, crawling, clinging to the knots of wood. Now and then, the black child found a trace of the passage of men. There, a bare footprint stood out clearly on the wet moss. Further on, the palm of a muddy hand had left a clear print of 5 fingers on a tree trunk. Suddenly the bear growled. The child calmed it with a caress and continued his way. But the animal now only followed reluctantly. They emerged onto the sandy peninsula where the hunters had fought against the monsters. The mist had lifted. The calm pond reflected the shapes and colors of the forest. In the middle of the peninsula, a vast charred circle marked the spot where the men had lit their fire. Abandoned fur pelts lay scattered about, along with fronds and clubs. The black child spotted Thaws's lance. The coral tip had broken off. Strange bones, like huge fish vertebrae, were scattered across the ravaged camp. The stake fence was collapsed in several places. Several trees on the banks had been uprooted by unknown force. The child's caresses no longer calmed the bear's growls, as it sniffed the ground nastily, its thick fur quivering with convulsive tremors. The child returned to the shore and examined the fallen trees. The gigantic roots had lifted like levers earthward walls, where a vermin of larvae and soft-crawling insects simmered. A continuous buzzing to the left caught the child's attention. Followed by his companion, he ventured towards the direction of the sound, and was hit in the face with a terrible stench of decomposition. A large black mass lay between the trees, surrounded by thousands of flies. A giant spider with long, soft legs was rotting in the forest moisture. Some of its legs were cut off. The others spread out in a star pattern around the large gel-like body. The child backed away and went further north, amid thorny bushes that were slowly replacing the trees. The ground was becoming drier and healthier, clay and mud gradually making way for sand and pieces of shells. Long, sharp grass formed green islands in the middle of the dunes. The child followed strange tracks. The sand had been trampled by long, flexible limbs. It looked like countless snakes had passed through. Not a single human footprint. The bear still growled. Suddenly, around a dune, the child lay down on the ground and put his hand on the bear's head, which showed its teeth. A little further on, a monster was basking in the sun. It dived with pleasure its tentacles into the sand and sent small clouds of dust over its back. Then, getting up, he stretched himself to the full height and shook himself. His flabby flesh jiggled. A ragged sigh escaped from his respiratory slit. At the same time, seeing the bear and its master, he took the immobility of a rock, his large yellow eyes fixed on the enemy, his horrifying beak clapped in anger. A long limb retracted slowly backwards, brandishing a scythe. Facing the threat, the child drew, sweeping the space with his weapon. The monster's fire whip lashed out at the mass. A long, soft wound spat out a torrent of black, viscous liquid. The beast deflated onto itself like a deflating balloon with nasty gurgles. A milky white film covered its eyes. "The black child killed the monster," said the victor in a low voice. But he was still trembling from fear. Immobile, the bear continued to grumble. The child had approached the large corpse, touched the end of a tentacle with her foot, which retracted. A second firebolt split the viscous skull in half. The child climbed by, sliding on the monster's shoulder, and bit barely at the frozen brain. The bear sniffed at a tentacle for a long time, and then decided to bite it. 60. A terrible dream tormented Thors. Birds of fire crossed the black void of the sky. But this vast void was also that of his skull. His painful head had taken on the proportions of the vast night spangled with stars. The passing of the birds of fire caused blinding pains there. A fight raged against the monsters. Everyone, and himself, Thors, fidgeted in his skull, which was also the world. He was both the acting man and the indifferent nature watching as a spectator. Hunters fell. Monsters howled while shaking their flaming spears from their backs. The pond reflected sinister lights. Tos saw a blow from the club on one tentacle, which was secretly inserted between the stakes of the battlement. He saw a woman carried in the air, quivering against a tree. Then a black cloud obscures his vision, irritates his throat. He pushed all his strength with his lance in the phosphorescence of an eye of monster. A violent jolt to the temple knocked him off balance. Sand filled his mouth. Thors groaned in a dream, and his groan awoke him. He chewed the fine gravel that cracked under his teeth, opened his eyes, tried to sit up, but strong bonds held his limbs. He succeeded in rolling over on his back and closed his eyes against the heat of the sun. After several attempts, his pupils adjusted to the bright light. He looked around him. Dumped on the beach like sacks, his companions lay around him. He met Bag's eyes. "Where's the forest?" "Where are the walls?" asked Thors with a weakened voice. Bag ran his tongue over his dry lips. "The forest is 2,000 steps from here," he said. The monsters took the hunters to the north of the Great Salt Lake. With a nod, he indicated the immense expanse of blue waters. The flat waves gently licked the burning sands of the beach. Thors managed to sit down, his large eyes gleaming with anger. "Thors will cut his bonds," he said in a hoarse voice. "He will free the hunters and kill the monsters." Bag didn't respond. He lay down on the sand as if to sleep, and Thos felt that Bag didn't believe him. The chief turned his head from side to side. A small 100 bodies tied up were scattered over the floor. Half drowned in the water, 2 large octopus, immobile, seemed to be sleeping. The slow waves rose and fell gently around their sides as if they were 2 islands. Thos grunted in rage and his teeth clicked. He examined the solid bonds that were maiming his ankles. They weren't ropes. The monsters tied me up with water herbs. Thos thought disdainfully. He tensed his muscles, confident he would easily break free, but the ties dug into his flesh. Sand stained red around his limbs. Sweat drops flooded his face. He rested for a moment. He quickly tried to push away his wrists from his back, pulled as hard as he could backwards. The brown skin on his chest was scarred with bloody scratches. This failure deeply affected Thos. He wasn't used to seeing things or beings resist him. An immense sense of shock overcame him, which gradually gave way to concern. He shook his head as if to shake off painful thoughts. He set about counting the members of the tribe. He did this several times, with difficulty, because his bonds prevented him from counting on his fingers. Each time he got to 10, he marked the ground with his heels. He obtained the number 8 times 10 fingers of hands plus 3 fingers. 3 children, a woman and 5 hunters had been missing since the day before. Suddenly, a stronger wave than any other flooded his legs. 3 monsters were emerging from the depths of the lake. The 2 octopuses, drowsy, seemed to wake up, stretched lazily upward, doubling their size. The 5 monsters made some strange signs, blew like sirens and came out of the water. The huge parrot beaks became visible, adding to the horror of their appearance. One of them advanced in the middle of the bound bodies. He placed his limbs with tenderness between the elongated bodies without hurting them. He had gestures of incredible delicateness, despite his proportions. 2 or 3 hunters were frisked. Then he chose 2 women, paralyzed with terror, and flung them with ease to the others, who caught them as if they had been bullets. A monster a bit larger than the others held a woman before its fixed eyes, like one considers a sandwich. Then it lifted her gently in its beak. A brief cry broken by a dry snap. The monster was savoring the first bite peacefully. The tentacle swayed with satisfaction, a decapitated body from which blood welled out in fits, with large air bubbles. A little octopus suddenly sprang up from the water and executed around the other a comical and cruel dance, the dance of a child who wants to eat. The big octopus kindly offered the mutilated woman to him. The small octopus bit clumsily in the middle of its body. A stream of entrails spread all over him. The child octopus receded by pulling desperately on an elastic intestine, and then came back closer by swallowing the warm tube little by little. He pulled suddenly. The bowels broke and wrapped themselves around his beak. The great octopus, at the end of a tentacle, gave him paternally in the beak the piece that was hanging, and chewed himself a second bite. The second woman was cruelly dilacerated by the other monsters. The hunters opened haggard eyes. The women turned their heads toward the ground to see nothing. A child was shivering convulsively without a sound. Suddenly the surface of the lake quivered. A dozen monsters emerged slowly from the water and began to pick off the tied-up prey. One tentacle brushed Thos's mute throat, sent him reeling in all directions, wrapped around him. Thos felt himself being lifted up. He got a kind of vertigo, saw a great light, and fell back onto the sand. He didn't move. Clenching his teeth, he could see the monster's pulsing flesh above him. Giant tentacles splayed out on the ground, blocking most of his view. He spotted Bag's enormous limbs and saw that Bag was lying a bit further away, with an open-mouthed, wide-eyed look of shock. The octopus's beak snapped in anger overhead. Suddenly, a cloud of sand hit him in the face. When he opened his eyes again, the monster was gone. Those rolled to one side to see what was happening. The monsters had left their victims behind. They were heading in 2 columns towards something that emerged from the dunes onto the beach. There was a bizarre bear with something on its back. The bear was taking its time walking forward. The 2 columns of monsters, very spread out from each other, were initiating a vast turning movement to drag the intruder towards the lake. A hunter cried out, "The black child!" It's the black child who got on the bear. The monsters were joining together at the back of the strange rider. The trap was closing in on him. Then the child, with a careless gesture, swept space clear of a flickering ribbon of flames hissing forth. The effect was prodigious. 4 octopuses collapsed where they stood, spewing black bile. 3 others, limbs more or less sheared off, hobbled about on stumpy legs. The rest of the stage disappeared into an acrid cloud of smoke. The powerless tribe, transfixed, stared at the vast, dark cloud from which fire flashes and howls of violence emerged. Soon, a squid leaped out of the cloud and dived towards the lake. In the process, it scooped up 2 screaming bound children and plunged into the water, drenching the hunters with a shower of salty water. Another monster escaped from hell and ran to the lake in turn, while protecting its retreat with a hail of stakes. Silence returned. Slowly the smoke cleared in the breeze. One could only hear an intermittent cough. They saw the black child arrive, one hand clenched to his oppressive chest. The bear walked next to him, sneezing every 10 steps. When they were almost close to the hunters, the bear growled. But the child calmed it down with a caress behind its ears. "Don't be afraid of anything," he said. "The bear is the friend of the black child." And he stood still, one hand placed on the spotted fur of the beast, holding in the other a strange and shiny weapon. A wound in seton was bleeding from his thigh. The long spine collar had wrapped around his slim torso 3 times. A 5-stringed guitar bent him double. He cleared his throat, spat, and took a breath before speaking, looking at those in the process. "The black child is also the old one," he said. "He ate the brain of the old one because he found the old one dead in Santiago, the city of the gods. He ate the brain and took the collar of ancestors. He also ate the brain of the jaguar and vulture, and that of a monster he killed in the sand hills. He made the bear his friend. He slew the monsters with the shining stick that the gods gave him. The black child is the friend of the gods. The black child is the old one, but he is also the jaguar and the monster." This is the English translation of the text. That's why he's stronger than the old one. That's why he has done more things than the old one. He fell silent. The bear licked his hand. Behind him, on the beach where the smoke had cleared, 13 large corpses confirmed his power. Third part. A line of human silhouettes loomed against the scarlet sky as they strode up the hill's crest. The black child and the bear were walking in front. The child called Thoz near him. "The entrails of men are beginning to glow with the fire of the monsters," he said. "Night is about to fall soon. Thoz should order a halt." Thoz looked at the hunters. A huge blue flaming knot was visible under the skin of their bellies. A network of bright veins was just starting to streak across their limbs. The phenomenon that had frightened him a few weeks earlier was repeating itself every night and had intensified to the point of making the tribe a bizarre collection of these luminous, moving anatomical boards in the night. Far from being concerned, the men took pride in it. Thoz spoke. "The black child is right," he said. "The tribe will camp at the bottom of the hill." His finger pointed to a small valley below, where the reflection of a stream could be seen among the dark foliage. They circled around rocks, passed beneath the dim expanse of a small eucalyptus wood, and reached the edges of the creek. All rolled on their bellies to drink, for the long walk in the sun had been tiring. Then the hunters gathered dry wood. The black child fired his gun from a nearby discharge, which was much faster than hitting 2 flintstones, and renewed the tribe's astonishment every night and the child's prestige. Since he returned, life had changed greatly. Men no longer had to hunt. The god's weapon was enough to feed everyone, and even women and children were entitled to meat. The black child only ate the brains of the animals he killed. When he had too much, he gave the rest of his share to Thos. Thus, Thos and the child shared power. But the child was the true master of the tribe. Though he kept his title of chief, the giant with the blond beard had little more than a vague executive power. As for the old one, his death was almost completely forgotten. While the tribe was busy around the fire in a real macabre dance, Those approached the black child who dozed near the bear without worrying about the gesticulating ring of bright spirits. "When will the tribe reach the great city of the gods?" asked the chief. The black child opened his eyes and saw near him the great dark eyes of Thos, shining like lanterns in the middle of a sinister marbled face of vessels and nerves. He answered, "The tribe has left the Bermuda Mountains 3 times the length of 2 hands. This stream must be a son of the Hud's River. If tomorrow the black child finds the Hud's River, Niourk, the great city, will no longer be more than 5 days' walk away, if the mad god has told the truth." And the child closed his eyes to think again of the smallest details of his encounter with the mad god. After defeating the monsters, the black child drove the hunters ever further north across poor steppes. The tribe followed him without murmuring, confident in the instincts of their guide. A day later, they reached the Bermuda Mountains, whose summits joined together by huge arches, remnants of a vanished civilization. After letting the tribe rest a bit, the child had gone out to scout in the surrounding jungle in search of game tracks. At that time, he had encountered the crazy god. He was walking while nodding his head and bumping into trees and rocks everywhere. He was wearing a garment like no child had ever seen, a soft copper-colored outfit. He spoke non-stop, uttering disconnected words cut short by moans. The child didn't understand half of his incoherent speech. When the god saw him, he took a stick that was in his hand and laughed foolishly. "Here is Othello," said the god. "A very little Othello. I didn't know he existed. Ha! But we must expect everything on this damn planet. Hey. Greetings, Othello." The black child, feeling threatened, aimed at the surprising appearance, but that set the god into a fit of laughter, and he bore the searing whip end without appearing to feel it. "Higher! Ha! Ha! You must aim higher, noble sir. Do you not see that I am protected by my armor? Aim for the head. Ha! I have lost my helmet. Aim for the head if you want to bring me down. A damn service that you'll get there." Impressed by the apparent invulnerability of the character, the child noticed that, despite his adult size, he showed a hairless face and looked all right like characters, smiling on the walls of Santiago. The black child began to believe that he was dealing with a god. He threw himself on his knees. The man then seemed to regain some reason. "Well, little one, what are you doing?" "Forgive me, God," pleaded the child. "What do you say? You have a strange accent, small savage, but by soul. It seems that you speak pidgin. It's all the same English. Do you understand what I say?" "Not everything, great God." "Wonderful. It is black and speaks English." Cap2 was right. There are still good men on this old earth. Hey? I didn't know they were black. Do you have friends like you, little one? "The black child does not understand, great God," says the prostrate child in the dust. "He is a friend of the gods. Forgive me for wanting to kill you. Leave me alone with your stories of gods. I ask if there are other men with you. Yes. Here. Hold on. The man lowered himself to pick up the child's weapon. And you still use these old things? The black kid doesn't know. He doesn't understand. P.R. The shreds. If you, a Terrian, don't understand anything, it's not me who will understand something on this damned planet where everyone is crazy, huh? The black child doesn't understand. You're getting on my nerves, said the man as he pointed the gun at the black child. And what are you doing with this antique? That's not what the god says. It's the weapon of the gods of Santiago. The gods gave it to the black child to kill monsters and to hunt. To hunt. To hunt. To hunt what? Dogs, then jaguars, then rabbits or rats when there are no other animals. The rats, eh? You're going to catch the rats with that damn net, little one? The god laughed, his whole body suddenly shaken by nervous trembles. The god has a fever, said the black child with an air of wisdom, still trembling. The man shot the child an ironic look. Yeah, he said slowly. I'd rather have a fever. It's a weird fever. Trust me. It always happens when they talk about Par Sol. You've finished looking at me like that. What are you doing on your knees in the dust? Get up. The child obeys. The god calmed down. A shiver shook him from time to time. Well, lad, said the god, if you want to hunt, if you want to see a lot of game, I advise you to go hunting in Niourk. It's a real paradise for hunters. The black child doesn't know where Niourk is. It's a city of gods, said the boy, his eyes shining with excitement. It's the biggest city I've ever seen on this stinking planet, hey? And to find game, you will get game, boy. The god wants to lead the black child to Niourk. Man had to start and cast a bad look. Hey there. No, boy. I've seen Niourk enough like that. Ha! But you can't be mistaken. Always walk toward the north and go up the Hud's River. You will have good for a month and some dust. Me, I had 35 days to get here. Ha ha ha, fun, kid. Good luck, hey? The god turned his back and sank into the jungle, mumbling incomprehensible phrases, interrupted by little silly laughs. Since this strange encounter, the black child no longer thought of anything except Niourk. He imagined a huge city much larger than Santiago. As the idea of finding game in a city shocked his primitive logic, he painted himself daydreams of buildings shaped like trees, flowering bushes of images of gods, and streets, tapestry with tall grasses. At every turn, in every corner, he imagined packs of dogs or jaguars lurking. The entire picture remained muddled, but stoked the child's ardor. He led the tribe on a forced march, regretting the fall of night, which delayed their journey. Before falling asleep, he would often gaze longingly at the horizon draped in golden clouds, and sometimes believe he could see the attractive silhouette of Niourk. In the morning, he was the first to wake up, shaking the sleeping hunters awake. The long journey resumed, little interrupted by a stop in the middle of the day when the sun was at its zenith. The child jumped on the bear's back when he was tired, not caring about the fatigue of the others. Finally they reached the Hudson River. The black boy felt his heart beat in his throat when he saw it. Then he ran to him, arms raised. It opened onto a small sandy beach cracked by the heat of the sun. He waded up to his knees and, delighted, looked at the green water that came from Niourk. Slowly, the hunters gathered behind him at a distance. They all watched him. Their eyes were empty and confident, waiting for the child to dictate his orders. The incredible superiority gained by the little black boy put a stop to any initiative from the others. They blindly obeyed him, relying on him for everything. The presence of the little black boy enveloped the tribe in total protection. Even the old man didn't have such power. The child gazed at the river. It was then that he felt a beneficial disturbance within himself. For a second, He had the impression that his skull was going to explode, and then he felt the gears of his mind working with the certainty of a perfect mechanism. He comprehended many things at once. He saw clearly a relation between the speed of the current and gravity acting on everything. Water falls from top to bottom, like everything falls, he thought, like rain. But the rain is made up of tiny drops that fall straight to the ground, while 10 times, 10 times, 10 times, all the way down, of drops that form river water roll together on a slope that comes from the mountains, which are too far for the black child to see, until a lake also very far away. These drops fall by rolling over each other, not up and down, but from left to right, held back from falling, straight down by the ground slightly, very slightly tilted from them. Mountain to the lake. The head of the black child hurts a little. Yes, but of course the sand would not run like that, and yet it is made up of very small grains. But these grains are sharp and scrape where the water slides, and then each drop of water is much smaller than a grain of sand, and they are round. That's why they slide, It's over. The black child feels nothing anymore. It's like he dreamed. All these ideas, awkwardly expressed by an incomplete mental language, flashed through his mind in a second. For some days now, he had been subject to these fits of acute clarity that gave him a feeling of sublime power. These thoughts would have been nothing extraordinary in the mind of a civilized man of his age, but in a completely uneducated brain they marked frightening genius. The black child attributed this phenomenon to having eaten the old man's brain, but he was wrong. He didn't know that a considerable dose of radioactivity oiled, if one can express it thus, the complex gears of his mind. He had fed for 15 days exclusively on octopus brain that the hunters had kept for him by drying it in the sun. A complex chemical body had settled in the gray matter of the monsters, making these stupid animals into beings endowed with some reason. The effects on man were appalling. The child had rediscovered on his own in a month that the earth was round, and that the moon was a smaller land that turned around it. He had noted that the constellations always kept roughly the same arrangement, but did not have the same situation each night in relation to a fixed star, which he named for himself the spark that does not move, and was no other than the North Star. He used this observation to travel without getting lost in the chosen direction. He sensed that this new knowledge was not in order in his head, and that there were still many missing parts to the immense puzzle of nature. That every day brought him a new piece, which he sometimes succeeded in placing next to another, thus facilitating at times the fitting together of a third. His moments of clarity became more frequent. The child relished it. During these fits of clairvoyance he felt alive with a thrilling intensity. He was unaware that these fits were also the symptoms of a disease. He did not know that the blue glowing fire that transformed the hunters' nighttime trysts into a macabre dance signaled the presence in their bodies of a tenacious poison. But he was the only one to feel the stimulating effects of this poison on his mind, because he was the only one who had fed in large quantities on the brains of the monsters. They began to rise along the river. The black child walked fast, pushed by impatience, not seeing the suffering of some hunters. Suddenly Bag stopped screaming, his hands clenched at his belly. With his eyes wide, he bent forward, slumping down. The black child looked back, turned around, pushed through the scared circle of onlookers, and knelt down next to Bag. He was dead. The child placed his hand on the dead man's chest and recoiled as if burned. An odd internal activity made the dead flesh tremble. Gases, bubbles coursed beneath the livid skin with a hissing sound of boiling water. The hunters stepped back, step by step, at this spectacle. One saw the skin of the belly swell, stretch, and then the limbs. And soon the face, as if blown from within, became unrecognizable, and little by little the corpse, inflated with helium, stood up straight, slowly rising like it was pulled by invisible strings. "Is Bag dead?" the child asked in a strangled voice. The corpse had doubled in size. The hideous, bloated head tilted back, its feet just brushing the grass. Slowly, Bag detached from the ground, seemed to float in the air, rising above heads and trees. Like a balloon, the macabre dummy rose into the clouds. The black child lost sight of him. He turned around towards his companions. They had all fled. The bear was the only one left, sitting on the ground, licking his paws with indifference. "Where are the hunters?" called the child. A cry answered him, a cry of anguish. He dashed through the undergrowth without heeding the thorns that tore his face and hands on the way, reached a glade in time to see another puffy ghost slowly rise among branches. He thought it might be Thaw's, and felt very alone. He searched for the others several hours in the jungle, but to no avail. He hid his figure from view in the bear's warm fur, and wept for the first time in his life. Bravely, the child and the bear marched on towards Niourk. The child chased from his painful mind all thoughts foreign to his resolve. He kept repeating to himself, "I must reach Niourk. The gods of Niourk will explain everything to the black child. They know all. The gods will bring the tribe back, and the black child will be happy. We must reach Niourk." He walked for as long as possible after night fell, then collapsed abruptly, overcome by fatigue. Dawn surprised him. The morning sun on his face awoke him. He turned his head to the north and had a shock. High on the horizon of distant mountains, Niourk stood in the sky. The prodigious installations of metallic buildings in the form of giant T's or H's reflected the redness of dawn. A city of melting copper rose above the clouds, dominated from a very high height the valley of the Huds River. This one was born as a majestic waterfall in the shape of a horse's tail that gracefully curved over 300 cubits of rugged rock, the monumental base of Niourk. The child drew the bear to the apparition of Dream. The gods of Niourk must have been very great gods to have built such a wonder. As he drew closer, the child marveled at the height and elegance of the building's lines. Most structures, with flat roofs joined by bridges, took on the shape of a T or giant cross. Some, helicoidal, seemed like great screws planted in the cloud. But the size of the city made it seem closer than it was. He had to walk almost the entire day to reach the fall of the Huds. He gave up climbing the cliff, as night was about to fall soon. He camped at the foot of the mountain and fell asleep, lulled by the powerful song of the water on the rocks. He woke up well before the following dawn, quickly ate some dried meat, and started climbing, as soon as it was light enough to climb safely. The bear blindly followed a natural ramp that led almost to the crest of the cliff. He stopped from time to breathe and look down at the meanders of the Huds River flowing through the jungle. Finally, near noon, he emerged in the old harbor and fell on his knees, enduring the greatest aesthetic shock of his life. In the middle of the port there was no more than a grey, grass-covered field, stained with snow patches and crossed by several thin streams. In the midst of this sad space, a huge statue of a woman stood. New and free, under the dead gaze of hundreds of giant buildings that seemed to be guarding her, this beautiful woman, with one arm up to the sky, was holding a mirror, designed to reflect the sun at any time of day. The child was mesmerized and fell forward in a daze, murmuring the goddess. He brought back to life, in a sense, the emotions of his first contact with Santiago, minus the sacred terror. As for the bear, he sniffed the air with worry. The child approached the colossal statue with respect. "May the goddess bring the tribe around the black child," he cried. "The black child feels lonely." He stumbled barefoot in the snow mud, and came up to the base, and climbed up to the feet of the statue. With a finger he touched a toe 10 times as big as himself, and stood in thought. The toe was split, and the split allowed a young, gnarled pine to grow. Other details cleared from his mind the mists of a childhood full of superstitions. Up close, the goddess's foot did not resemble anything. It was a simple stone block with small, sparkling flakes of... However, the child clearly felt that the stone lacked any inherent divinity. A rock does not move, nor does it live. Used to kill with a sling. The black child felt superior to all the rocks in the world. This was a very large stone in the shape of a woman. The child looked up, embarrassed by the proximity of the statue. He descended from the pedestal and retreated far enough into the port mud to get an overview. He admired the great woman. Her bearing, the nobility of her attitude gave him a pleasant feeling that he lacked adjectives to qualify. But the child now knew that he had only a lifeless image in front of him, and not a goddess. A fleeting memory passed through his mind. The moving posters of the gods of Santiago. The case of these images was more disturbing to the child, but a certainty assured him retrospectively that these spotted faces did not contain any more life than the statue. He despised the gullible creature that he was just a few weeks ago. Suddenly something caught his eye. Looking closely at the statue, one could make out parallel lines marking it horizontally. The child comprehended that the woman was made up of blocks in the shape of legs, thighs, torso, and that each block had been cut intentionally. He pictured in his mind blank slabs of rock, and saw sharply the unnecessary mass that had to be removed to create shapes. A mild pain in the neck warned him that a fit of lucidity was coming on. The image of a bright stick biting into a hard stone cut through his mind. His intellect took off. Yes, you can toss a large rock on the ground and break it, and maybe a piece looks a bit like a human head or a jaguar without legs. Sometimes the black child has seen rocks that looked like bears or octopuses, and then as he came closer, the child saw that it was impossible. But one can, with a shining stick, remove what is needed of stone to do this with what remains in the shape of a woman. A man or a god, or even a monster, has made this woman, wanted to make this woman on purpose. The black child can also. Exhilarated by his discovery, the child raised the divine weapon from a rock that protruded from the mud. He gently squeezed the grip. A thin thread of flames sliced through the stone, forming a round head, two extended arms, a torso, and coarse legs. Delighted, the child gazed at his handiwork. Debris of burned rock smoked around the imperfect idol. However, as the first moment of joy passed, he realized that a lot was missing from the rudimentary statue to make it perfect. He resumed his work and applied himself to drilling 2 holes for the eyes, another one for the mouth. This last fine-tuning ruined everything. He adjusted badly the arrival of the flames and properly decapitated his work. He started over patiently on another rock, and then on another one again. He spent hours playing alone at the feet of the goddess in the midst of the vast harbor. Then he thoughtfully considered the colossal statue. The goddess isn't real, he thought. She's made of stone. But where are the gods who created her? These gods are much stronger than the black child. V then came out of his frenzy and looked around him. The feeling of loneliness assailed him. He was afraid. He realized that it was cold and hungry. The words of the mad god still sounded in his memory. Niourk is a real paradise for hunters. Where was the game then? He called out to the bear and headed for the massive single-story building that dominated the entire front of an old peninsula, a peninsula once named Manhattan. It took him a while to get there, since the port was very extensive. He finally climbed some rocks and touched the slippery metal cliff rising 50 cuffs above him. Higher up, windows opened. Balconies were attached to the terraces. The child made his way around this mass painfully, wondering how one entered Niourk. On several occasions he found narrow hallways where he could crawl on his stomach, but he refused to leave his bear outdoors. He finally found a ramp that rose gently inside the building and began to climb it. His footsteps took him into the middle of a vast round room surrounded by metallic monsters. Their shape resembled that of sharks. The child thought without emotion that the gods of Niourk had carved great strange fish for fun, just as they had sculpted the stone goddess. He climbed on a kind of landing around the room and approached a dark passageway that lit up at his approach. The child blinked. He didn't worry too much because he had already encountered strange phenomena during his visit to Santiago. The corridor extended straight for about 100 meters into the heart of the city, then split into two smaller branches at its entrance, where there were signs that the child couldn't understand. The child walked forward, followed by the bear. As he reached a white line on the floor that barred his way, he marveled at being unable to take another step forward. An anonymous voice spoke to him in chopped-up mechanical phrases. "You are contagious. Too high a level of radioactivity. You don't have the right to enter Niourk until you've been cured. I remind you that entry of special animals is prohibited. Your ID card is not in order for entry to Niourk. The electronic entry control has recorded nothing. Sanitary quarantine, plus 2 fines. Stay where you are. The guard will come and pick you up for the usual formalities." "Where's the god who speaks?" asked the child. The child's question remained unanswered. The black child didn't understand what the invisible god said. Is the invisible god crazy? Like the one the black child met on Bermuda Hills. A metallic creaking was heard. The child turned his head back and saw two strange beings, vaguely humanoid in shape, and mounted on wheels, coming towards him. The two things framed the child. The child felt himself pushed forward and let it be. The bear growled a little, then followed the trio without stirring. Asked the prisoner. The guards remained silent. The child formulated another question. The crazy god has told the child that he will find game in Niourk, the hungry black child and the bear too. Where is the game meat? Without responding, the robots pushed him into a small room with the animal and withdrew, closing the door tightly behind them. Another door, this one open, faced the first on the opposite partition. The child approached it when the metallic voice froze him in place. "Answer my questions." "Do you have an ID? Who's speaking?" The black child does not understand. Answer yes or no. "Do you have any identity documents?" "No." "Where did you lose them?" The child lost nothing. "If he lost those in the tribe near the Hudson River, your case seems very special. You, examined by hygiene. Your pet will be directed to the pound." The black child does not understand. The child began to shake with all his might. Though he was untroubled by nothing on the part of the gods, all these impressions, new to him, disturbed his conscience. He suffered most from not knowing to whom to attribute this monotonous and inhuman voice. He didn't know that the city was deserted. Men had abandoned it for centuries. He knew nothing of the complicated devices that had served in the past and remained almost fully functional, such as the control of entry to Niourk. But no life animated the sorting machines that had detected his presence, called in the robots, and asked questions. Upon his arrival he had only triggered some mechanisms which had been useless since the men's departure. The dead city was filled with circuits that still worked more or less, and were as many traps and obstacles for a visitor unaware. However, the battery that powered the sorting machine had given its last resources by capturing the black child. The current was exhausted. The shrill voice would no longer be heard, and the two robots, frozen in a guard position behind the closed door, were as harmless as medieval armor. But the child ignored it. He remained immobile and trembling in the darkness for a long time, because the light had flickered 2 or 3 times before finally going out. After a while, the child heard the bear growl with hunger next to him. He calmed it down with a caress and, pulled out of his terrified stupor, decided to do something. He took his weapon and lightly squeezed the grip, enough to produce a flame to see where to put his feet. He went through the open door and followed a corridor while quickly looking at all the rooms he passed by. He saw nothing that interested him. The corridor curved slightly to the left and ended in a dead end. The child turned back and saw the door that the robots had closed, but did not dare to express its presence. He returned to the end of the corridor and aimed his weapon at the partition. The flames whistled, quickly cutting an opening 1 meter thick in a wall. The child passed, followed by the bear, and leapt onto a sloped slope that disappeared into a funnel towards the heights of the city. As soon as he touched the ground, the escalator began to move, dragging him at high speed up to the upper deck. Clinging to all 4 limbs, the child heard behind him the barks and screams of fear from the bear. They both ended up in a tangle on the top deck. The escalator became immobile again. The bear stretched out his big neck with great care, trying to smell it. The child looked around and saw a strange double door adorned with shells, fish, poultry, and odd things that he couldn't recognize. He ran his tongue over his lips and touched a fish with his finger. The door opened by itself. When the black boy came in, a voice was heard. "Welcome. Please take the trouble to put your weapons in the locker." Bon appetit. The child vaguely understood 2 words. Put weapons. As for the word appetite, it vaguely reminded him of something. The old had once uttered this word about food. The child put his weapon on the ground and waited. After a moment he took it back and advanced. He passed in front of a small blue lamp that he had not noticed and felt blocked by an invisible force. The voice resumed. "You do not have the right to enter with a weapon. Please leave your weapon at the coat rack." The child understood the general meaning of the phrase. He put his weapon down along the wall and advanced without difficulty. Confused thoughts were whirring around in his head. The question of eating came up. The door showed fish and fowl. It was certainly the game promised by the mad god. But how could he catch this game without weapon? Nevertheless, he continued. In front of him, a big hall opened where day entered in drops through large windows. Many tables were lined along the bays. Others, separated from each other by artificial plants, were less illuminated. The child looked at the plants. "Choose your seat," said the voice. "These tables here are more intimate." The child turned his gaze to the day. "Choose your seat. These ones are more sunny," the voice articulates. Contorted and embarrassed, the black child opened his eyes wide. He spoke. "The black child is very hungry," he said in a pleading tone. "Where is the game meat? You will place your order when you are seated." The child understood the last words of the sentence and sat shyly in the shadow of a curtain of plants. An indifferent voice, a little closer to him, asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Fish," the child said. The table shook for a moment, and with a click a trap opened. A smoking dish appeared, carrying a large fish that the child had never seen before. Small, shiny weapons were placed on either side of the plate. One of them had 4 sharp points. The child reached for it and quickly swung the spear at the fish's ears. He thought the gods had provided him with a way to kill the beast. Then he was surprised to find that the fish was already dead, and even cooked. He grabbed his meal with both hands and bit into the delicious flesh. The bear approached, growling with hunger. "One more fish for the bear," the child said with a full mouth. A new dish appeared. The bear ate it ravenously, with its claws still clutched to the dish. "Again a fish. Again a fish. Again a fish," said the child. 3 identical dishes suddenly appeared on the table. Then the child squatted on the floor and began to gobble up side by side with the bear, staining the carpet with grease spots. He had to regretfully stop eating before he had finished the first dish. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and left the bear to swallow the rest of the meal. He had never seen such big and good fish. Greed pushing him, he bit into a neglected, scaly head. But his teeth didn't penetrate the elastic mass. The child did not know that the melting flesh was entirely synthetic. He did not know that the head and the large central spine had been molded in plastic, only as accessories for display, a mere refinement of civilized people seeking to imitate natural food. The child asked for water and drank 2 large glasses in quick succession. Then he lay down on the floor and stroked the carpet with his fingertips. The gods have grown grass in their tents, he thought to himself. A miraculous grass, soft and thick as an animal's fur. The gods who fed the black child and the bear are kind, said the boy loudly. But the other invisible god who speaks at the entrance of the city is wicked. The Iron Men are cruel, too. No one answered. The child lay down on the carpet. Half-closed eyes, he licked a drop of sauce off his forearm. He was fine, he was warm, and felt full in the belly. He fell asleep without changing position. 4th part. Somewhere in the vast maze of Manhattan block, 2 men leaned over a small device topped with an antenna. One of them pointed this antenna towards the ground. They waited for a moment. The other broke the silence. You must have been dreaming, AIM-3. I'm not out of order, Cap 4. The light has worked fine just now. Twice. Now then, nothing. It doesn't mean much in this damn city where everything goes wrong. 1,000 different things could have influenced this lamp. Come on, Cap 4. Don't reason like a subcultured person. You know very well that this detector can only be influenced by human waves. There are days when we go round and round in this town, but it's the first time that the machine gives signs of life. I tell you it's Doc. We found him. Comment. Nous admettons que l'appareil ait normalement détecté une présence humaine. Nous savons seulement que le Doc se trouve dans cette direction à Environ. Combien avez-vous dit? Environ 1800 fixed distance. Well, I mean, you know, a virus is exactly at 183/37 of a nanometer in a given direction at the center of a supposedly sterile fiber wheel. There are still 99 chances out of 100 that you won't be able to get your hands on it, even with a microdetector. But think about it, 3. Me too. I like Doc a lot, but this city is insane. It reminds me of that old fairground attraction called the House of Madness. You know, you go through a red door which opens onto a terrace, then follow a corridor that winds around and end up in front of a blue door leading to a staircase. And this door is the same as the red door from a moment ago, and the terrace has folded into a staircase leading to the upper floor. And if one dares to climb the steps, they're not sure they can go down again because the staircase suddenly transforms into a corridor leading to a green door. Such is this town in 3. Think how last night we fell asleep in this room. And his finger went out towards the window overlooking the deserted port. He pointed to the statue of a woman that the black child had so much admired. We were exactly at the height of the mirror of this primitive statue, and this morning we dominated by at least 100 paces. The building must have grown during the night, or there's some kind of rotation system that changes the floor's places for a reason I don't know. Even if Doc is within shouting distance here, I wouldn't try to get in touch with him. I'd try to get out. When one is lost in such a monstrosity, there's only one way out: to make a rendezvous outside. He approached the window and pounded on it with his fist, and to think that there's no way to break through this. If it were possible, I believe I'd take the risk of jumping down into that pile of snow I see below. At least in that case, I would have the satisfaction of dying out of this rat trap. You certainly would have that satisfaction. Believe me, we're 300 fixed from the floor here. Cap 4 turned away from a block towards his companion. His face was red with anger beneath the white bandage that pressed tight against his head. "Your irony annoys me, Ing 3. Please be quiet and let me think." Ing 3 smiled widely. "You're not in a state to think." Cat 4 affected an Olympian calm to hide his irritation. "Mr. 3, for some days already, I see signs of disobedience in you. Today it seems to me that you have gone beyond the limit. Be careful that when I come back, I don't demote you. You're only a 4 captain, and I'm a 3 engineer. I feel like insubordination isn't on my side because you insist on approaching the subject. The military always takes precedence over technicians, as you know very well. When it comes to fighting, of course, but not in our situation. It's just about solving technical problems to get out of this city where you insisted on entering without sufficient equipment, despite my advice." Suddenly interrupting himself, Ing 3 lifted his hand in a calming gesture. "Excuse me, Cap 4, he continued. I believe we are behaving like sous-cultivés." Cap 4 was red in the face. "You're right," he said. "The loss of the ship, the crew's death, my injury to the head, and now this incredible adventure, everything has completely thrown me off balance. I'm afraid that I have told you things that are not pleasant." "Me too, Cap 4. But we were not ourselves." "Don't call me Cap 4. My rank no longer means anything for the moment. In civilian, my name is Jax. Yours is Brig, I believe." Yeah, that's right. "I strongly suspect you glanced at the crew list," he said, laughing. To the sleeping bear made a movement that awoke the black child. He suddenly sat up, frightened to find himself in an unfamiliar place. The dawn colored the berries and cast baroque shadows on the floor with sharp outlines. The memories returned to the child. Followed by the bear, he went out into the corridor to take up his weapon again. He pushed open the door decorated with food motifs and ventured out onto the landing. He regarded the moving stairs with apprehension. Finally, driven by curiosity, he dared to jump on its feet and relive the ascending emotions of the day before. Once he reached the upper floor, he called the bear, following him. But the latter, suspicious, contented himself with sitting down only. The child wanted to go down to get it, but was rejected backward at every attempt by the escalator that started moving at any contact. Noting the parallel ramp to the carpet, he jumped over it and slid down. Then he tried to convince the bear to follow him. But it didn't want to know anything. Resisting separation from the animal, the child made the best of a bad situation and passed through one of the 10 doors opening onto the landing. A long corridor with luminous walls led him to a star-shaped junction. He stepped left and climbed a spiral staircase for several minutes. A voice suddenly broke out in his ears. "We remind you that it is forbidden to enter here without an engineer's card. Please turn back." The voice had the same cold inflections as the one that had greeted the child at the other gates of the city. Terrified, he retreated. He wandered the city's belly for hours, seeing many objects without meaning to him. He ended up in a vast room entirely covered with posters whose smiling lips pronounced silent slogans, like the gods of Santiago. The child smiled at this reassuring reminder of his past. He was surprised that he had been afraid to see these posters for the first time. One of them depicted a young and beautiful woman about to bite into a banana. The child approached. As he moved forward, the woman occasionally blinked her right eye while her lips mouthed, "Eat bananas." The child backed away and slowly approached the sign again, watching the woman's mouth move. He understood what she was saying and smiled in satisfaction. Then his attention was drawn to strange symbols at the bottom of the sign, signs that he had already noticed on the walls of Santiago. A vague impression of correspondence between the words spoken by the image and the mysterious signs came to his mind. The signs were like this: Mage to Banan. The child felt a lucidity crisis coming on. His brain painfully started up, accelerated its rhythm, developed ideas at breakneck speed. The woman said 3 words. Eat bananas. There are 3 small piles of signs at the bottom of the image, and the child has a headache, but he will know something. 3 words, 3 piles of signs. The first word makes 2 sounds. Manges. The first pile has 4 signs. The child is ill, manges, 2 sounds, 4 signs. 2 signs for a sound. That shows it's true. The black child will know. 3 words. A big one, a small one, a big one. 3 signs. A large one, a small one, a large one. It's all like words, perhaps, except that words are sounds. But you can't hear the signs. Maybe the signs want to tell me, man, the signs gi, ges, de, ba. Yes, it's true. The letter is the noise you make with your tongue on your teeth, and we see it twice, like in banana. And then the letter A is the sound you make when you open your mouth like this. Also like in banana. And the M sign is for lips, and the black child knows now. He knows. Drops of sweat ran down his face, and his wild gaze swept the other posters, clinging to one of them that featured some characters he had just understood and which depicted a tree. He saw the arbor signs, struggled against his heavy ignorance, spelled ab. Tree. He created with joy from understanding that the R sign corresponded to the sound of a scratch in the throat, this sound which came back twice in the word tree. He sat on the floor, dizzy, and held his head in both hands, trying not to think so as not to suffer any more. Calm after a moment, he set out to decipher the posters one by one. The men who, centuries ago, had imposed the phonetic spelling throughout the USA territory had done a great service to the black child. Thing 3 let out a soft cry of joy. Cap 4 placed his hand on her shoulder. "This time I believe we have him," he said. "But as I told you yesterday, it doesn't help us much. I think it's just a moral satisfaction." The lamp on the scanner was flickering very fast. Suddenly, it turned yellow, slowed down its pace, and turned black again. "He has changed." "He has changed places," Cap 4 said. Ing 3 was pale. "No, Jax," he said. "The compass is unlocked. Look, and it hasn't moved." "But how? Exactly like yesterday." "There is only one reason the machine is acting this way. We need to face the facts." Radiation reading is over 17. Yes, he must have poisoned himself. Where could he have gotten into trouble? The Jack's mind was bad. I hope he realized that, he said slowly. Maybe he still has time to heal. He's a doctor after all. What to treat with? Moaned Brigg. His knowledge is completely useless without equipment. Tell him, said Jax. But his cell is destroyed. He hasn't communicated with us since we lost track of him. Maybe there's still a chance for it to work receptively without being able to speak like mine, Jax said as he ran his hand over his bandaged skull. In that case, he has always been the mute witness of our conversations. There is no need for me to address him. Understand the moral good that will do him. If you address yourself directly to him. You're right, Jax, Briggs said calmly. Instinctively, he turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the detector. Doctor, he said aloud, have you heard what I've told Cap 4? You are probably redactive above 17. Don't try to escape from Niourk. The most urgent for you is to find a health service to take care of you." He wiped his forehead. "May you hear me, Dark Eye," he added in a fainter voice. IV, exhausted by his reading efforts, the black child had fallen asleep on the floor in the room splattered with posters. After an hour or so of sleep, he stretched and stood up. He gazed at the posters with a triumphant smile. He had read them all, without ever understanding, it must be admitted. Words like razor, synthetic, or citizen meant nothing to him. Better armed with his recent knowledge, he continued his never-ending and fascinating exploration. He scanned a dark hallway and had to adjust his weapon slightly to make out what was in front of him. A bright child skeleton and a bear skeleton followed silently towards the end of the hall. They ran into a closed door, above which the child read the words, "Niourk's heart, forbidden to non-technicians." He didn't understand the meaning of the inscription and wondered how Niourk could have a heart. He found himself in front of strange monsters whose large glass eyes showed isolated signs, A, X, Z, and other unreadable signs that were numbers. These monsters were made of metal and had many strange legs like the handle of the god's weapon. "These monsters aren't real," thought the child. "They have been forged from iron, as the goddess has been forged from stone." He placed his hand on one of the monster's eyes and pressed. The eye popped with a click. The child retreated in fear as the horns of the monster whirred furiously around itself, producing bright blue flashes. The monster let out a continuous groan that rose to an unbearable pitch. The child ran to the other end of the room, covering his ears. "The monster is real," he said. "Like the iron men at the gate." He ran out of the room and was checked by an invisible wall. The doors to the small room where he was slammed shut behind him like a trap-door. A voice spoke. "Technicians, be careful. In 1 minute, automatic disinfection. Breathe as slowly as possible." The child shook the doors but couldn't budge them. A hissing was heard. A pink cloud filled the room. The child and bear coughed up blood. The torture lasted for 5 full minutes. The gas disappeared, sucked somewhere, and the doors reopened on their own. The child and animal ran away down the dark hallway. Their brightness had howled. Exhausted, they stopped when the hum of the machine faded into the distance, unaware that this adventure had done them good, but it would have taken a good 100 times to cure their mischievous disease. By the way, the child had never established a rapport between the tragic end of Thoth and the tribe and the unsettling phosphorescence. It was unfortunate for him that the controls in the dark corridor were out of order, for robots would have obliged him to return to the disinfection room until full recovery. It is true that if the controls had worked, it would have been impossible for him to enter the machine room. However, with the reprieve given by fortune, his agony was postponed by a few hours. There are hidden gods everywhere, thought the child. Those who fed the black child are kind. All others are wicked, but why can't we see them? The comforting light of day attracted her to the right. She emerged into a covered, vast avenue. Through the arched glass ceiling, the sky appeared in an unbearable blue. The sun maintained a warm greenhouse temperature in the avenue. Plants of incredible height lined the metal roadway. Some trees rose up to the very peak, and their twisted trunks crawled along the transparent wall, which they could not bore through. In places, the thickness of foliage was such that it only filtered a verdant day. The boy felt delighted, imagining himself in a forest. But the heat seemed to trouble the bear. Continuing their walk, they arrived at a crossroad with an enormous basin. Looking around them, they saw 5 avenues similar to the first one, verging towards this spot. The child didn't resist the pleasure of taking a bath and dived headfirst into the warm water of the basin. He splashed around for 10 minutes, before noticing a great abundance of red fish. The bear seemed pleased with his master's initiative. They sat side by side, devouring their unexpected raw catch. The picking of unknown fruits from the branches completed their meal. The child left the vast garden with regret, but curiosity was the strongest. It always pushed him further to explore this astonishing and gigantic city that reserved a new surprise at every turn. After a few minutes of walking, he arrived in front of an arcade where, in bright letters, it said, Faculty of Medicine. The child read without difficulty but understood nothing at all. He crossed the porch, wondering if these words meant anything good or bad for him. He passed through several huge rooms filled with seats, saw many strange machines he didn't dare touch, and pushed an open door into a dim room. Bewildered, he stuck to the threshold. Aligned in impeccable order, his tribe was before him, immobile. In the darkness, one could clearly distinguish the luminescence of the nerves, vessels, and skeleton of each individual walked. The black child has found the tribe, he said in a hushed voice. The tribe has been very sick with the disease that swells. It flew up into the air very high, but the child went up to Niourk and found the tribe again. But who is Thos? Where is Bag? The child does not recognize them well. Why did the hunters cut off their beards and hair? He approached one of these transparent statues and touched her hand. It was hard and icy cold. He thought he recognized Thos. Why don't the hunters speak? Is Thos dead? He's as cold as the old man in Santiago. He placed his ear to the plastic chest and shook his head sadly. Thos is dead. He scanned the strange line-up with his eyes and saw a small sign at the feet of each character. Rhizoliphatic, he read under the first statue. No, that's not Thos. It's Rhizoliphatic. The child doesn't know him. It's not his tribe, but it looks like hers. She has also eaten the flesh of monsters. She glows with the fire of monsters. He deciphered one by one the strange names of the unknown tribe. Lymphatic system, circulatory system, nervous system. The one that struck him most was very complicated and practically impossible to remember. Human chest's muscular system. The man with that horrible name was frozen in a twisted twist and had all 4 limbs cut off. The child, feeling uncomfortable, quickly rushed away to more pleasant places. He spotted a door marked Vivisection 3, Lab Animals. He leapt for joy. The word laboratory meant nothing to him, but the word animals interested him very much. The mad god has spoken truth. Niourk is a city of hunters, said the mad god. That's where Niourk's game is. He went in. A potent smell caught at his nostril. With weapon raised and watchful eye, he passed through several empty rooms. The bear gave signs of unease. It sniffed the ground and growled with ill humor. The child at last ran against a shut door. Behind this door were heard sharp cries and occasional wails, then tiny trodden footsteps. The child slowly pushed the door. The odor became unbearable. A bright square of light cut into the floor, and there, quite unconcerned, a strange little being fixed its eyes on the child. The animal resembled a rat, but some peculiarities distinguished it from one. Its snout tapered into a tiny trunk, and its long ringed tail ended in a... Save yourself, rat, said the child. The black child was looking for prey. Rats aren't very good to eat. The child approached the creature. She gave way to him slowly, as if with regret, and let out a shrill cry. A dozen rodents came running in response, spilling from shattered cages. Then about 24 more appeared, coming out from under furniture, sliding down the walls, and crawling through air vents. In just a few seconds, the room was filled. The child felt a sharp pain in his leg. He screamed and lowered himself to rip the beast that was biting him cruelly, but by then 3 other rats had already sunk their small, sharp teeth into his flesh. He backed off and unleashed the weapon of the gods. The little corpses curled up in the flames, but the ardor of the survivors did not diminish for that. A true sea of small gray fur advanced toward the child. The bear rolled on the ground, yelling with rage and slashing his enemies with verve. The child dragged himself forward while retreating to the door. The bear violently shook off its thick fur and ran away. "Bear!" cried the child. "Wait!" Then he chased after his companion. They climbed a ladder side by side, rivals on the upper floor. They stopped to breathe a little. The child leaned over the railing. He saw a wave on the steps, the rising flood of rodents. The air trembled with the noise of thousands of tiny clawed feet. The 3 counted the pills in a small box. "Less than 11, he said. "Even having our rations, we will only last 5 days. Captain 4 made a face. "I wonder how these people ate," he said. "Since we've been circling, we haven't come across one single dispenser or metabolic station. What are we going to do, Brig?" "The same thing. Let's fight to the end." At the end, I am happy not to have seen any window for hours. Looking outside, feeling the goal behind an indestructible glass seems to me a real torment of Tantalus. Get out of there, damn it, get out. I am tired of feeding on pills. If I told you that this is the first time in my life that I use them. Me neither. I needed it 10 years ago. I got lost in the Edom Desert for 13 days. Are you going to Mars? Yes. I had a rough time there, but I didn't suffer as much from thirst there as I do here. You two feel dehydrated, right? I think these tablets are overdosed. No, they're too old. My throat is raw. I would like to find again that lab where there was a water pipe here. We had stayed. We would not be there to talk about it. You already had water up to the chin. I'm at a point where death by drowning seems sweet to me, since Brig interrupted her companion. "Jax!" he cried. "What do you have?" Brig grabbed the Cap 4 by the shoulders. He opened his eyes and shot. "Come on, my dear. Pull yourself together. You're all pale. What's wrong with you?" Brig burst into laughter. "An idea. I just had an idea. And it has such an effect on you. Are you undercultivated? I'm not joking, Jax. You've been talking about this water conduct. This made me think of air ducts. I don't see. Think about it. Those air ducts certainly lead outdoors. Where do you want them to take the air?" "But in the atmosphere synthesizer by Sol," exclaimed Cap 4. "I see you're onto it, old man. What do you want them to do with a synthesizer here? We're on Earth, for heaven's sake, not Venus. They take the air outside, just like that." Jax pointed to an air vent. "There's the exit," he said. "We just have to follow the pipe until we reach another one big enough to squeeze into, and we go down as low as possible." The 2 men rushed into the next room, their eyes on the ceiling. "Where is?" "There, my old man. I see it. The green pipe." They ran down the hall without taking their eyes off the pipe. "I can't see it anymore," said Jax. "The military have no sense of architecture. Wait, this wall is quite thick. There, we have another green pipe. It's not the same. Hold on, they're all converging towards that partition. We went upstairs. We would surely find a more important pipe." In his haste, Brig put his foot on a roll that appeared through the used carpet roller. He fell forward, swore, and caught Jax in a hobble. The Cap 4 was already busy tearing off the grate that blocked an air vent. The grate was not very solid. He flung the scraps behind him and shoved his head into the sleeve. "He's a blacked-out drunk inside there. Does your torch still work, Brig?" Brig handed Jax his torch. Guys. It's about 75 centiforms wide. You want to go first? No. I think it's best if you start. I twisted my ankle. I'm afraid to delay you. You're out of whack, old man. Well, I'll go first, but you don't imagine that I'll let you down anyway? Jax got into the smooth vertical pit, the lamp of Brig in his teeth. Brig waited until he had gone down a few meters and followed him. The descent was easy. They slid, breaking their fall by pressing their knees and backs against the circular bulkhead. Everything went well for about 100 meters. Then Jax took courage and let himself be carried faster. Brig saw the little light of his lamp decrease. He relaxed his pressure to catch up with his companion and reached him violently before he could brake. He heard a muffled scream underneath him and saw the capped fore disappear at a dizzying speed. Terrified, he let himself be carried along with it as fast as possible, and arrived a second time on top of it faster than he would have wanted to. The lamp had gone out. He felt Jax's body under his feet. "Are you all right, Jax?" he demanded it by inclining his head as much as the narrow duct would allow. Cap Ford did not respond. "Jax," Brig called out. Worried, he felt around with his free hand and felt a sticky liquid oozing from Jax's head. He called out again in distress. His injured foot was painful, so he had to rest by leaning the other sole on Jax's shoulder. With painful contortions, he succeeded in finding his lamp, which rested on the other's chest. By luck, it was working. He turned it on and realized that Cap 4 had half of its body engaged in a horizontal curve of the duct, which explained why it had not fallen further down. His bandage was red with blood. Brig gently placed a finger on Jax's neck. He felt the pulses and breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared the worst. After a while, he heard Jax murmur something. "Are you feeling better, Jax?" "Yes." "What a blow." "Do you hurt?" "What is it?" "Yes, I hurt. Not too much." Jax breathed loudly. His voice cleared. "It's getting better. I must have received your heel on my skull, isn't it?" "I'm sorry, Jax. It's my fault. I wanted to go too fast. Now it almost feels good. I still breathe a bit, and we will crawl on our backs until I don't know where." The tube makes a sharp turn horizontally. "Pass me the lamp, please." "Do you want me to go first?" "We wouldn't have enough space to cross, but don't worry. Everything is fine." They slowly advanced for about 10 minutes and reached a second bend. "It's not really a bend," said Jax after he walked his lamp in front of him. "We are coming out into a wider conduit." "How much?" "Oh, I would say a fixed 25. By soul. This will be less easy. Let's go carefully." Jack slowly moved his legs into the conduit. He groped for his foot and suddenly disappeared. "Jax!" Brig cried out in alarm. "I'm fine. I caught my foot on a lower vent. You can follow me. It's not a slide anymore. It's a ladder now. I actually prefer this." Jax wasn't telling the whole truth. As a matter of fact, they had to slide from floor to floor, using the secondary ducts serving each level for rest stops. To be on the safe side, they always kept one level apart from each other. After half an hour or so of this exhausting acrobatics, Jax began to show signs of fatigue. "I'd like to lie down in a secondary duct for a while," he said. Brig, whose ankle was swollen, quickly agreed. They found themselves in a narrower tube and lay in silence. After a moment, Jax lifted his head slightly. "You don't hear anything?" he asked. "No. Listen carefully." Brig held his ear. Indeed, something was making noise. Small, sharp cries, followed by grunts. The two men advanced towards the opposite opening of the duct. They climbed a bit vertically after passing a bend. They arrived behind a grate that separated them from a vast hall. Jax repressed a cry of astonishment. Thousands of rats were wriggling behind the grate. Then a bright flash of light swept across the crowd of rodents, Two shadows sped past in the shrinking field of vision. A door was violently slammed shut. The rats quickly noticed the presence of the two men. Several climbed along the fence, biting at the metal with their small, angry teeth. Yes, or at least something akin to them. A race of mutants, perhaps. Look at their tails. The place is unhealthy, said Brigg. Should we leave? They returned to the big pipe while exchanging their impressions. I saw a bare and black foot, affirmed Jax. A human foot? Perfectly, and a kind of furry animal, and then flames. I don't understand it at all. We don't need to understand. Content, let us get out of here. I don't see myself serving lunch to these hungry ducks. The grate seems able to stop them, fortunately. The endless descent began again. Finally, the duct made a turn, and they were able to crawl forward. They soon arrived at the edge of a real abyss. Conduit opened into a large ventilation shaft 3 meters wide, drilled with an array of secondary orifices every 3 meters. Jax peered cautiously over the edge of the void. The light from his torch faded into the depths. This time I don't know what we're going to do, said Brigg. I do, said Jax. I will hang by my hands, and you will slide your way down my suit until the lower opening. You will try to get a good grip to support my weight when I let go of everything. Then it will be your turn. We are going to break our backs, moaned Brigg. I prefer that to dying of thirst in this maze. Jax let himself swing in the void. His companion placed his hands on his shoulders, hooked the tip of his shoe in Jax's belt, and hugging him close, gently slid lower. Hurry up, said Jax. My fingers are getting weak. Brigg gritted his teeth, lowered his legs into the bottom opening, and with his arms raised, firmly gripped Jax's knees. Let go, he said. Jax obeyed. Tensed muscles. Brigg frantically tried to arch his back to avoid a fall, but his injured ankle betrayed him. His knees buckled. He felt the body of Jax pass in front of him at a terrifying slowness, clenched his grip desperately, and was pulled by the weight of Cap 4. They fell. Jax let out a terrified cry. The fall seemed endless, long. Suddenly a blast of unfathomable violence sent them shooting up as fast as flies in the pipe of a vacuum cleaner. Twisting, their scattered limbs were pushed to the top of the well and roughly came into contact with a hard surface 500 meters above. Clinging to the ceiling like insects, dazed by a storm of harsh whistles, it took them some time to regain their wits. Finally Jax felt the Ing-3's hand tighten his, and he let himself be pulled aside, slipping with difficulty along the ceiling against which the wind pressed him. When the fan slows down, Brigg shouted in his ear, We'll fall gently until we reach him. We might be able to slip between the blades. Vi the Black Child ran. Preceded by his bear, he closed behind him as many doors as possible. They came to a room entirely composed of a transparent dome. The child let himself fall on the ground and coughed for a long time, while the bear walked around their shelter trying to pierce the transparent wall with its paws. The animal only managed to hurt itself and finally lay down in bad humor next to its master. When he had calmed down, he looked around him and repressed a cry of surprise. He went up to the dome and, turning his eyes to the ground, at first thought that a large amount of snow had covered the lower parts of Niourk. After a while, he realized that he couldn't see the ground, but a sea of fluffy white clouds, cut through by huge buildings in the shape of S's. L's lying down were big T's. Above, the sky was deep blue, almost black. The child spent hours watching the spectacle. He was pulled out of his daydream by the bear that groaned more and more as it turned restlessly. The child wanted to stroke its head, but the bear backed away, baring its teeth. Then it rolled on the ground in a fit of screaming, and suddenly had 2 or 3 convulsions, and moved no more. "Bear! Bear!" cried the child at the top of his voice in despair. He buried his head crying in the warm fur and felt something move against his face. He raised his wet face from tears. "The bear is not dead?" he asked the corpse. And suddenly he understood. He saw the beast's fur ripple, heard a hissing of water. His eyes wide open, he saw the bear swell. Swell! First its belly, then its limbs. In a few minutes the dead beast doubled, tripled in size, while its joints cracked with dry sounds. The bear, huge fur ball, rose 10 centimeters and bounced 2 or 3 times on the floor. The upward force of gas was not quite enough to overcome the weight of the beast. "The bear is dead." The child blackened still more as it carved the figure. Then he lay prostrate in a corner for hours, eyes dry and a strange pain in his chest. A barely perceptible scratching brought him out of his torpor. It came from the next room. He stood on tiptoe and looked through a small porthole on the other side of the door. He spied 2 rats playing and realized that he hated those animals more than any other opponent. He had not hated the jaguar, his first defeat, nor the great octopuses. He especially hated the number of rats, especially since he no longer had the bear as an ally to defend himself. He resolved to flee, and, his retreat being cut off within the city, he struck at the transparent dome with a jet of fire. He passed through the opening thus made and began perilous gymnastics, climbing over the vertiginous roofs of Niourk by way of dormers. "The 7th, the wind is dying down," shouted Jax. He illuminated his face and, through signs, told Brigg that it was time to trust fate. They gave way to the terrifying breeze and slightly sank down, then rose by jerks, sank again like ping-pong balls on a weakening water jet. At times they fell in a free fall for 50 meters before being slowed down by the wind. "We're going to kill ourselves," cried Brigg. He didn't know if his comrade heard him. Jolted by the whirl, plunged into total darkness, he was living a real nightmare. The wind pushed him against the opening of a secondary vent for a moment. Survival instinct took over. Brigg clava sa tête contre le conduit, s'enfonça de plusieurs mètres à l'intérieur et attendit. Peu à peu, la force du vent diminuait. Le mouvement des profondeurs s'apaisait. Brigg resta un moment étourdi, les oreilles en feu. Il lui sembla que le silence l'assourdissait. Enfin, il fit passer sa tête dans le puits principal. "Jax!" cria-t-il, les yeux s'écarquillaient dans l'obscurité. The voice that replied to him wasn't the captain's. Monotone and impersonal, it echoed through the cathedral. The workers responsible for checking the joints need to set their watches. At the sound of the gong, it will be exactly 4 o'clock. Dawn. At the sound of the gong, it was precisely 4 o'clock. "Set your watches, please. Please be near the exit orifices in an hour exactly. Work must be finished, and the workers evacuated by 7:05. The venting plant will resume operation at 7 o'clock. And suddenly, all of the ventilation network was illuminated. The light seemed to well from the walls themselves. Brigg blinked her eyes and looked down. It was no more than 30 meters above the propeller. He shouted to his comrade in a loud voice, but got no reply. When his eyes had adjusted to the bright light, he understood. Jax lay inert on the blades of the propeller. Brigg saw his companion slightly tilt his head to one side and felt a surge of hope, soon disappointed. The movement was produced by a metal bar that slowly emerged from the partition, pushing away from the wall the face of Jax. A second shiny bar came out of the wall above the first, then a third, and more quickly. The ladders seemed to multiply. Running one after the other, they stripped the air vent from top to bottom, and their sequence was lost in the air with the sound of a giant zip. Brigg took advantage of the ladder thus formed to go down to Cap 4. He was dead. The Ing-3's hand, resting with a tender sadness on Jax's wounded head, made a sound of crushed bones beneath damp cloth. It was necessary to get out. Brig tried to squeeze between two blades. He put his legs into the gap, forced a little, couldn't get past the knees. He tried to spread out, twist the metal, but his efforts were in vain. Afraid, he looked around and saw that one of the blades was slightly bent by a shock, probably the same impact that had caused the death of Capt 4. In mentally paying tribute to the memory of the deceased, who might save him, Brig managed to struggle painfully up to the waist under the deformed blade, but no further. He tried to get out and failed, despite all his efforts. Trapped, he started to cry like a child, exhausted and terrified. He had just lost a good quarter of an hour, and the propeller would be back in operation in about 40 minutes. With the energy of despair, he tore off his spacesuit, hands and teeth. I was able to bare my chest dripping with anxiety, in a mad dash against the clock. Finally, I managed to drop by about 10 centimeters. The minutes ticked by. I breathed heavily to deflate my lungs and gained a little more ground. I started again. The metal was brutally scraping my ribs. Dong! 7 o'clock. The workers are informed that they have only 5 minutes to evacuate the network. This notice will not be repeated. Translation of text in French. The workers were warned that they had only 5 minutes to evacuate the network. This warning would not be repeated. Translation of text in German to English. The workers are advised that they have only 5 minutes to evacuate the network. This notice will not be repeated. He had no idea of time left. He only felt the seconds passing quickly. Too quickly. He howled into the void, finishing with great jerks of tearing his cheek. Finally he fell and received a groan on the hands and knees. He lifted his eyes to the blades and saw them slowly start to move. He leapt and ran as fast as he could towards the grate which blocked the entrance to a corridor about 50 meters long. The movement of the fan intensified. A powerful wind opposed his efforts, forcing him to bend double. Finally he reached the grate and tugged at it with all his strength, using the power of the wind that was sucking him towards the center of the city. The force of the wind became such that Brig, holding on to the grill with his hands, floated horizontally like a flag. With great effort he managed to put one leg between the bars of the grill, and then the other leg, hooked by his 4 limbs. He remained so for perhaps half an hour in the icy draught from outside. When the fan stopped, Brig lay down on the floor. His chest hurt with every breath. He felt half dead from exhaustion and cold. Finally he made it to his feet painfully and staggered, falling over the grate that opened by itself. He plunged 10 meters down into a snowbank and passed out, having expended his strength in trying to open the grate in the wrong direction. I climbed the last few yards of the cliff on which Niourk sat. One more effort on the rocky ledge brought him to the top. The vast, deserted harbor lay before him. Hieratic, the colossal stone woman, still raised an arm to the sky. Her mirror reflected the last rays of the setting sun. The long shadows of the giant buildings spread across the ground. I floundered on the banks of the Hudson River, which snaked through the gray grass and snow with its multiple arms. The man crossed the harbor at an angle, turning to the east, left Manhattan Island to his left, and entered the vast tunnel through which the East River once flowed. He advanced cautiously, guided by the faint daylight that penetrated from the other end of the tunnel. Rocks tumbled down from above him. Along of the wall he used one hand to push back whenever a cold, crawling thing touched him. Clatterings, flickering lights, and damp mold assailed his heightened senses. Now and again, a cry like a wheeze replied to other cries, from ahead or behind, repeated endlessly by cathedral echoes. Finally, he found the day, covered 500 meters, and saw the spaceship. It had the aspect of a monumental egg embellished with an entanglement of metallic trusses erected towards the sky. On seeing it, Doc shook his head with pity. "A spider with its legs in the air," he murmured. "Yes, he looks very much like a dead spider, and he is dead too." "Oh, did you fall in, Cap 4? Are you all right?" He ran and stumbled over the rocks. As he approached the craft, one could see that it was damaged. Pieces of bent rafters lay around him. "Hey!" the doc cried. "Is anyone there?" He climbed the cliffs of the old East River and clambered among the rafters. He entered the giant egg through a break in the hull. In the dark, his feet kicked debris of all kinds. He felt along the walls and touched something, causing a click. No light here, he noted. He stumbled forward on a floor so slanted that he had to place his right foot alternately on the wall and his left foot on the ground. He hit something in the forehead and swore quietly. His hands explored the surroundings and recognized the contours of a round door. He looked for the handle for a moment without success before he laughed. "Suis-je été réglé?" The handle was found at the top left and not at the bottom right, since the nave was upside down, because the floor was only the old ceiling of this dark corridor. He managed to pull himself up on tiptoe and finally reached the place where his hand was needed. The door opened onto a room lit by an azure light. "At last," said Doc. "I feel at home here. I got tired of living in the yellow light of that nasty little warm sun." He crossed the cockpit, strewn with debris of broken instruments and hub window screens that were always opaque, and forced himself into an ascending corridor fitted with a handrail. "I never would have thought this place would be so inconvenient without gravity," grumbled Doc between his teeth. Opening into a circular space where broken cots were piled one on top of the other, he called out, "Cap 4 and 3. Where are they, then?" He shoved open another door and groaned at the sorry state of his personal laboratory. He had to stack objects on top of each other to fit through the doorway into the adjacent room, whose entrance was in the ceiling. A passer by his head through the trap. His eyes met another gaze. A man was lying on the floor, bleeding, his face glistening with sweat. But it's you, 3. Doc leapt near the sick and took his wrist. He made a gesture of impatience as he looked around him. "No instruments. What has happened to you, N3? Can't you speak?" "You hear me? You've been standing in the snow too long, you. Do you have cold? No?" Ing-3 nodded. "Don't move," said Doc. He went down and waded through the debris, looking for something. Finally, he put his hand on a long box and climbed back near Brigg. He opened the box, bare Brigg's chest, and planted an odd, thin bulb between two ribs with a swift gesture. "If I had arrived a few hours later, I wouldn't have been able to do anything for you," he said. Yes, the next day, Brigg emerged from an unusual sleepiness. A bright light hurt his eyes. When he tried to sit up, the sturdy grip of Doc kept him in his elongated position. "Stay there for another quarter hour in 3. You're under the Ultra K lamp. I was able to fix it." Brigg brought his hand to his face. He felt a soft film on his cheek, like silk. "Is that scorching you a bit?" demanded Doc. "You patched me up." With devotion that was admirable, the doctor ironized. "Where is Cap 4 gone?" "Dead," said Brigg. "Torn to shreds by one of the fans which renew the respirable air of Niourk. But you, Doc I." This time, Brigg straightened up without taking into account the opposition of the medic. "You are radioactive above 17, Doc I. Come on, you need to get better." The doctor paled a little, then smiled slowly. "You're out of sorts, N3. Who put that idea in your head?" "Plus, wait. It was the day before yesterday. The detector was picking up on you, flashing before going out." "How? But where?" "Niourk." "Doctor, get better." "Wait, my dear," said the doc, raising his hand. "Not so fast. The day before yesterday, I wasn't in Niourk. I was trudging through the jungle. But what then? You just simply spotted someone else. But there's nobody in this town except for mutant rats, and now that you mention it... a man passed by. To be honest, he only saw 1 foot, a human foot. We were stuck behind a grate that prevented us from seeing any more. Tell me everything. Brigg didn't leave out anything about the unpleasant weeks he had spent in Niourk's bowels. He told of his companion's death, and of the difficulties he had had to avoid sharing the same fate. I dragged myself all this way, he finished. I wanted to be healed. Don't ask me how I got to your lab. I only have fuzzy memories. I remember climbing heaps of. And all this because you were looking for me. The doctor cut in. I am responsible for the death of Cap 4. You would have acted like we did, Doc. Don't lie. How did you get lost in the middle of the jungle? I, too, only have hazy memories. In Manhattan Block, I was attacked by rats that you were talking about a little while ago. It was horrible. They followed me for an entire day. I couldn't sleep for how long, I don't know. I remember coming out of Niourk, screaming through an outlet leading to the port. I wandered aimlessly through the nature, sustenance coming from tablets. A month ago I found myself in a bush without being able to remember anything since Niourk. I found the city thanks to my sense of direction. He explained that he had first walked towards the east until he hit the heights of USA, then climbed back towards the north, while following the old shore of the ocean. And there we are together again, but without Cap 4. He was a bit on the edgy side, but a brave Cap nonetheless, isn't that right? Like all of us put in the morgue, said Brigg, as he pointed to a door with his hand. They were all good company. Certainement, Captain. Mais j'avoue qu'il serait faux d'aller chercher ces restes sans avoir tenté d'arrêter le conditionnement d'air du bloc Manhattan. Vous pouvez vous rhabiller in 3, dit le doc. Vous êtes guéri maintenant. Croyez-vous qu'il fasse jour de hausse? Brigg s'approcha d'un hublot encore en activité. Elle appuya sur un bouton. L'hublot showed the tops of some pines, and behind the proud profile of the buildings of Niourk, cutting into a pale blue sky. It's almost daybreak, observed Doc. I've been up all night. I'm tired. Look, Doc 1, said Ping 3. The doctor joined the engineer by the window. What is that? I don't know. Some kind of animal. There's a climbing animal going down that building. It goes into the shadow of the neighboring building. I can't see it anymore. Here he comes again, walking on this metal roof, to the left of this row of windows. Where? Yes, I see. But it's a man, I swear. Come on, old man. We have to take a closer look at this. The 2 men got out of the ship and looked for the small black silhouette. But they were struggling to get out of the wreckage. It had changed places. They searched the surfaces of the large plastic buildings with geometric shapes, which the multiple windows reflected the reddish color of dawn. Damn it, swore Brigg, pointing a finger. There he is. Oh, it's quite a sight. He is dangling from that ledge by his hands. He'll surely break some bones. He's falling. Come quick! Doc dragged Brigg into the East River bed. They made their way as fast as possible, tripping over rocks and getting closer to the mysterious entity's fall site. This had rolled to the side of a snow mound gathered by a wind caprice. It had slid down into an almost dark funnel. I see that, Doc said as he descended down the hole. Thankfully, the snow had softened the fall. He nearly toppled over the black child and sat beside him. a look of fear on his face. The black child opened his eyes. "The crazy god," he said in a weak voice as he recognized the doc. "Don't come nearing 3, the doctor cried out. "He's radioactive at maximum levels." In the shadows, the child's eyes looked like lamps. The bright details of his internal anatomy could be seen through his skin. He lived for 6 weeks in a nightmare of hallucinations. He dreamed that he was chewed by the beaks of monsters, and that rats devoured him alive. He imagined that he was pursued night after night by packs of wild dogs, while the tribe taunted him with stones. He felt the monsters' wounds, the rat and dog bites, and the jolt of sharp stones in his flesh, truly. When he emerged from a half-conscious state, an awful light burned his eyes. Twisted voices howled in his ears. He made feeble gestures to escape, groaning as he felt too weak to carry them out. One day, the doc was able to announce, "I believe he has been saved." "A fine specimen for the city's vivarium," said Briggs. "This will crush Steph's theories on the non-existence of colored races in pre-Venetian times. What surprises me most," said the doc, "is that he is sexed. This has something horrible about it, this animal detail on a human silhouette. It's monstrous. It's pretty disgusting, isn't it?" "Do you really think he was born of a mother like an animal?" "Without a doubt, he is a natural man. Absolutely natural. I can't wait to see him completely recovered to judge the degree of his intelligence." He fell asleep again. "Look, let him alone. I believe he will be able to eat normally from tomorrow. He is young, and his strength will return quickly. Let's do as he does. Let's go to sleep." The child heard the voice of the gods recede. A door slammed. He slowly opened one eye. For the first time in a long time, he was able to do this without suffering. No violent light harmed his retina. On the contrary, just above him, a pale green ceiling emitted a light of a delicious gentleness. "The black child pretended to be asleep," he said quietly. The gods believed the black child was sleeping. For 3 days already, with his eyes closed, he listened to the words of the gods. Even if he didn't exactly understand their speech, he sensed at the same time something both benevolent and hostile, or rather a kind of contemptuous affection, which is why he was cautious. A deep sigh of relief lifted his chest. He watched with interest his blood rise in a large box, through a transparent tube, and then drop again through another tube. The gods called this box auxiliary organ, or simply auxiliary. The child looked at his right arm. The first tube was fixed to the crease of the elbow by some sort of suction cup. The second tube was attached in the same way to the hollow of his left knee. Between half-closed eyelids, he had already seen the god called Doc. I removed the tubes. Without hesitation, the child pulled gently on the suction cups, which came off with a sharp sound. He examined his arm, his leg. No injury was visible. The child straightened up and left his comfortable cot. He looked around. "It's not nice here," he said. The room had a strange look to it, slightly askew. Many broken items were piled in the corners. The child passed through a door, after feeling about for some time to find the means of opening it. The next room was filled with books thrown haphazardly onto the floor. The child took one, examined it from all angles, and smiled. "It's a box that speaks with signs of God," he concludes. He read a bit and didn't understand much. Throwing the book, he chose another, thick and heavy. He opened it, turned the first page, and read, "Universal Encyclopedia Dictionary, 900th edition PR." Then he turned a blank page. The following page displayed a splendid A, the delighted child said as he traced the letter with his finger. Lower down he could read, "A first letter and first vowel of the human alphabet. Comes from our ancestor, the terrestrial Homo sapiens, the most evolved animal on its planet in pre-Venetian times." The child flipped through several pages and came across the word alphabet. He read carefully several times, taking pleasure in recognizing all the characters he loved. Then he examined the whole book, and had a laugh of satisfaction. The black boy has understood it. Everything is arranged like an alphabet. First A, then B, then C to the end, then between A and B, first AA, then AB, then AC, and after AKA, ACB, ACSAP. The black boy has understood it. He will seek out the pile of signs which is said to be God. God proper sense. Gross superstition of the animal Homo sapiens, conveniently filling all gaps in his knowledge by the existence of an invisible and perfect omnipotent, eternal, creator and master of all things. Some animals on Mars still believe in a god. The Venian Shrebs believed in multiple gods. See Shreb. Idiomatic familiar. One calls a god a ridiculous and ignorant character who assumes heirs capable of... The child shook his head. These signs are lying. He dreamed for a long time about what he had just read and profoundly despised his rescuers. Doc I and Ping 3 are not gods, but the black boy knows very well that there are gods. The all-powerful God of all things is certainly their leader, the ruler of all the gods. He can do anything. The child avidly read everything he found. The massive amount of things that he did not understand were pushed aside in a corner of his mind. But he never forgot anything, and ended up fishing out words that he had first neglected, the meaning of an adjective or verb nearby suddenly making them understandable. After an hour, he no longer needed to read line by line. He was able to record 50 lines at a time. Soon, a single glance at a page was enough for him to know it by heart. His brain absorbed and assimilates prodigious quantities of knowledge, stimulated by a real hunger for learning. After a while, he had exhausted the large dictionary and threw it away, feeling that he would never need to open it again, that he would not forget anything. He lay on the floor and read whatever came his way. The scientific treatises predominated. Mathematics, medicine, physics, astronomy. The child didn't have much trouble getting along without elementary textbooks. It was enough for him to give a little thought, to recreate them mentally. A ray of light slipped between Doc's eyelids. He opened his eyes and yawned. "Good morning, Ing 3, he said as he stood up, already at work. Brig was aligning equations on a sheet of paper. "It's practically impossible to go back to Venus," he said. "We're missing tools, specialists, but I'll try to find a solution anyway. I'm thinking about building a smaller ship. That would take about 10 years if I can find the necessary materials. The current one would have to be dismantled. If I were you, I would trust luck more." "What do you mean?" "Within 10 years we will surely be found." "I don't think so, Doc. We're just missing. That's all. Nobody ever stops on Earth. This planet has no interest. It would take an extraordinary chance for shipwrecks like us to hit the Earth right where we are, in Niourk. And you know that accidents are extremely rare." Doc rubbed his eyes. He felt as if a cloud was standing between him and his companion. "I don't know what's wrong with me," said Brig. "I can't make you out clearly. I must be getting eye strain. You too." Doc stopped himself. This time he was sure a cloud was forming in front of him. He heard Brig's exclamation of surprise, but didn't see him. The cloud grew darker, condensed, took on the shape of a human figure, and then vanished. The black child appeared in its place. Doc leaped to his feet and stood stock still. Brig's eyes widened. The black child closed the book he was holding. "Don't be afraid," he said. "It's just a simple levitation experiment. The interesting thing is that I caused it scientifically." He threw the book. "This work only reports facts without explaining them. It is barely free of empiricism. I'm happy to note that my theory was well-founded." The child turned to Doc. I forgot to thank you for what you've done for me, Doc. He paused. I studied your case, he went on, addressing the two men who were looking at him in amaze. You would have saved time by dosing the sessions of detox following the progression per quotient. 3 minutes, 6 hours of rest, 12 minutes, 24 hours. Then 48 minutes, 96 hours, and so on. By all the planets, roared Doc. The child looked him in the eye. Doc sat down on the couch placed behind him. Don't leave my eyes, said the child. It's going to be fine. Doc, relax, you've been too tired these days. There was something humorous about seeing the seriousness of his little black face. Over there, he continued. I'm sure you feel much better. I am aware that I gave you a shock. He had a merry, childlike laugh. The room next to my bedroom is full of books. A real treasure trove of information. I learned a lot this night. He turned towards the engineer, who seemed to be stiff as a board, and stood guard, and walked up to him. He took the sheet of paper blackened with calculations, quickly scanned it, and shook his head. You? Excuse me. Especially, I believe that you're not at all Ing 3. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you what to do to get home. Who are you then? Stammered Brig. The child looked frankly surprised. But I'm the black boy. The one you saved. I told you that I've read almost all your books this night. That explains everything. You never read? Ing 3 sat and wiped his forehead. Doc stood up and put his hand on the little black boy's shoulder. What's your name, little one? I don't have a name. In my tribe, they've always called me the little black boy. I'd like to be called Alphabet. Yes, really, I think it's a pretty name. The name of a little thing that I had a lot of fun learning. Can we call ourselves Alphabet? The doc smiled, reassured. He was finding a child beneath this monstrous genius. It's a bit long, maybe. We'll call you Alf if you want. Alf. Yes, that's better, shorter. I like Alf. The doctor sat down and took the child on his knee. Alf, I have some questions to ask you. First question. Where did you learn to read? The child smiled at his memories. On the advertising posters of Niourk. I had already seen posters in Santiago, a port in Cuba, but I didn't understand anything. I took the images for gods. Listen, since you're interested, I'll go back to the beginning. My story will be like these books you call novels. In general, your novels are stupid and serve only to waste time, except for me, who has so much to learn. I find a lot of useful small details there. Well, my tribe was composed of barbarian men. We built the village in the old Gulf of Mexico between Jamai and Cuba. 3 Doc and Ping 3 were stretched out side by side on the soft grass that covered a platform under a globe. I've never been so happy, said Brig, but I'm looking forward to getting home. Don't you feel like this is all going to end in disaster, Doc? I've scared you, frankly, yes. He did it in his own head. Too much science in a child's head. For the moment, I'm not complaining, said Doc. Stretching out on the lawn, a daisy between his teeth, he breathed contentment. Drink up, ordered Brig. A table robot turned the corner of a wall and rolled quietly down the aisle to where the 2 men were standing. Drinking time. 13, the engineer requested. A metallic arm offered him a glass of red liquid. You don't want anything, Doc? The table hesitated. No thanks, said the doctor. The table walked away without a sound. Admit that you're not thirsty, the doc laughed. You never tire of playing with all these small things. But we have better things on Venus. Yes, but we never have time to enjoy them. It is necessary to do something until this little demon is willing to build our new ship. It's really a child, you know. Niourk is just a beautiful toy for him. A toy he has very well managed to put back in motion, incidentally. His gaze lingered on the city. In the distance, on the guard block, the transport rockets, gleaming like pins in the blue sky, were coming at a rate of 1 per second. The building opened its round metal mouth and swallowed them up one after another, like flies. He spewed them out through the mouth of the west, and seemed to be firing a dotty line of tracing bullets into Africa that curved upward in a graceful arc over the gloomy horizon of the Atlantic jungles. The rockets carried back fissile materials ripped from the mines of the Congo country. Closer, the massive T of the block turned slowly on itself. Like a hive, he was surrounded by a rumbling cloud of flying robots entering and exiting through his thousands of openings. It's a kid, as you say. Doc, for now, he's having fun. But can't it become dangerous for us when it looks for other toys? It will eventually want to play with the planets. I think Brig... No. No, you stuck by him. Me too, for that matter. But we have to face the facts. Physically, he's just a small animal. Mentally, he's a monster. The most dangerous monster ever to live. Doc. Brig laid his hand on the doctor's arm. He finished with a soft voice. I think it would be. Well, as soon as he has built the Ark, we should get rid of him. It is a duty to all the Sol System, perhaps to the entire universe. Your brooding dark thoughts, Brig, said a clear voice behind the engineer. The two men jumped. The black child was behind them, smiling. The lines of Brig's face fell. And now you're afraid, said Alf. The child sat on the lawn. He carelessly wrapped a weed around his little finger, looking concentrated. The problem with you is that you think you're better because you were born in a jar, an egg fertilized by a spark. Because I am gendered. Because my mother gave birth to me, you take me for an animal. You give yourself the title of Homo Superior. In fact, you are not men, but robots. He raised his hand to stop Doc from speaking. Yes, I know, I'm exaggerating. I mean that you are moving towards a robot civilization. You have abolished the natural design. Century after century, you will abolish another thing, and then another one. You won't be men anymore. You want to climb very high in power, but you have not kept any supports. You were wrong to cut your roots. See, I have already climbed higher than you, but my personality stretches from the animal to the Homo multipotens. Yours only goes from Homo artificialis to Homo superior. It would be up to me to despise you if I was still capable of despising someone. Doc spoke in a slow voice. Alf, he said, you heard our conversation. Of course, said the child. My little Alf, believe me. Whatever our thoughts, there is one thing certain, and that is that we love you. I curse you to believe it. The child smiled. I know well, Doc. It's one of the things your civilization has yet to succeed in suppressing, love. That's why I love you too, despite your passing fancies. I recall having read something in your dictionary, Doc. The definition of the word God. Gross superstition of Homo sapiens. Are you really that far gone? It's an undeniable sign of your inadequacy. You have been strong enough to trample old idols, and even the somewhat simple idea that Homo sapiens had of God. But if you haven't put something in its place, something is missing. Do you believe in a God, Alf? I believe in God. But I'm afraid I can't explain it to you. You are either too superior or not enough for me to understand. And so the question is, How do we change things? We have to be cleverer. We must get smarter. Here, Niourk looked at Alf through the transparent dome. Metal men were crowding the streets. In a little while, all these robots will need to be rebuilt. I won't need any more of them. It is rather stupid, really, these robots. A childlike smile illuminated his face. Come with me, he said. I'll show you something. He took them both by the hand. The two men saw everything around them blur. They felt a dizzying sensation of falling into the void, and then found themselves in a small room where 10 black children were, flipping through volumes at high speed, barely looking at each page. Alf still held his friend's hands. "What do you think?" he asked. "What are these?" Alf burst out laughing. He pointed to one of the children. "This one is me," he declared. "That one, too. All of them likewise." He added with a serious air, "I am educating myself. It's quicker this way." All of Niourk's library, even the worthless books, there's always something to glean. Doc and Brig remained silent in awe. Levitation, duplication. Finally the Doc was stammering. "Where will you stop?" "Listen to what I'm going to say," joyfully, Alf. "Listen well. These things, so much effect, but are not difficult." Each of the 10 children had pronounced only one word, and the sentence had yet flowed smoothly, as if naturally uttered by a single person. A faint smile of complicity played on the mouths of 10 children, while each continued to rapidly flip through their book. I'll tell you something else," said Alf. He approached a black child while talking, and took his place as the other stood up. "The one who sits and the one who stands are also myself," the second continued, bursting into laughter. Lors feuilletait son livre. "Mais c'est lui que nous avons sauvé," le premier dit Doc en jetant un coup d'œil aux 2 enfants. "Lequels?" "Il est occupé à installer une nouvelle centrale pour le quartier de Manhattan, aidé par 20 frères jumeaux. Mais ce renseignement que j'ai eu only have one value of curiosity," the child continued after a fraction of a second of complete disappearance. "It's always me. Absolutely me. Don't open big eyes, Brig. I'm the original, if it can interest you. The fraction of a second during which I disappeared served me to introvert the subjects. The mouth that pronounced the first part of my sentence is ordering something from a robot in the Manhattan block. In a vast bright room, 100 men, women and children were lined up next to each other, immobile. The first individual in the line was of high stature. Square muscles stood out under the tan of his skin. A wide golden beard spread across his torso. Him. The others were barefoot. Most, especially the women, bore the marks of a hideous physiological poverty. Old scars streaked their limbs. Their feet, elbows and knees showed calluses due to walking or crawling on bare ground. You could see the children's bellies bulging out. 3 characters suddenly appeared in front of them, Alf holding both Venusians by the hand. "I present my tribe to you," said the black child. He pointed at the blond Hercules who was frozen like a statue. "This one is Thos," he said, "and here's Bag and Gam. I don't introduce all the others, it would be useless and too long." He trained his friends to the other end of the line. "There's the bear," he announced. "My bear." "You'd swear they were alive," said Doc. "They're alive," the child protested. "All their functions are just slowed down." Brig nodded. "Alf," he said, "I can imagine that you found their corpses, but it's impossible for me to admit that you've made them look normal again. They should bear the traces of gaseous radioactivity." "These are not their corpses, after all," said Alf. "I made them completely new. These men are artificial, although they look normal." He pinched Thos's arm skin. This skin comes from a laboratory that manufactured 3 meters an hour. That laboratory has since been dismantled. I no longer need it. Epithelium, conjunctive, muscular, osseous. I was able to perfect the production of any living tissue by speeding up mitosis. The most difficult thing was to get the initial cells. He stroked Bag's arm. The rest was easy. Almost as easy as putting together a machine. I started with the skeleton, then gradually the muscles and some organs. Finally, for the skin, it was nothing more than dressing work. The most embarrassing thing was to act under a plasma current. Setting up the nervous system also gave me some trouble. I operated it remotely inside each individual. What do you think, Doc? The doc rubbed his nose. What do you want me to say, my little one? I'm horrified. Yes, that's what it is, horror. I don't know if I could bear another of your frightening fancies without going mad. You won't go mad, Alf laughed. I am here to take care of your health. Mental mechanisms no longer hold any secrets for me, believe me. Please note that when my tribe gets back to normal life, I mean each individual will recover all their memories and instincts intact as they were fixed in the lost muscles. Muscles? I said so. Muscles. Don't think that the brain understands anything. The nervous system is just a relay. He links the sensitive function to the motor function. And some doubt at all, the stomach understands, knows that it is hungry, and sends the brain's valet the order to transmit this information to the intelligent muscles, which must act accordingly. This was your physiology's great mistake in seeing things differently. Thought is just a complex ensemble of muscle microcontractions or microsensation, and even if you think an abstract word, it's never more than the rapid unconscious formation of that word by your lingual muscles, which constitutes your thought itself. The Prevenian men Homo sapiens, of course, had already seen the truth, but the texts of these forerunners were lost in the great exodus to Venus. But that's impossible, protested Doc. Without a brain, we're nothing. Yes, Doc, I know in advance all the impossibilities you'll throw at me. It has to be said that my little speech was too short to convince you. I didn't give you any conclusive evidence. But I'll explain it to you another time. I still have things to show you. The child pointed to the ceiling. Above each member of the tribe, a funnel-shaped lamp hung from a thread above each person. Each lamp, Alf explained, unrolls within each organism the film of their own memories. He went to consult a clock behind Thos. Then, pointing to it, that Thos, the immobile one, you see there, is dreaming of fighting an ogre. But his dream is as clear as reality. When I bring Thos back to life, he will be exactly the same as before. Naturally, I've made some adjustments. Deleted his memory of agony, for instance. He will imagine that he returned to the village immediately after being released from the giant octopuses. Alf sat on the floor. "Excuse me," he said. "I'm tired. It'll be over in a minute." His body seemed to shake convulsively. The child got up. "There," he said. "Everyone has gone home." He smiled at his friend. "I've called all my twins to myself. You have before you only one and only one example of a black child. I don't work anywhere for the moment. I'm just chatting with you." "Unthinkable," Brigg said slowly, shaking his head. The child burst into laughter. "Well, Brigg, are you still going to kill me?" Brigg looked him in the eyes. "As I suppose you can read my thoughts, you must know that no." The child burst into laughter. "I like you a lot, Brigg. I like you both very much, my dear sexual superiors. He took them by the hand. Forward, he said. I still have revelations to make to you. Following their guide, they were carried higher by an escalator. And levitation? The doc joked. It's tiring in the end, Alf answered. Let's move normally for once. As they climbed up, they heard the distant, shimmering, airborne music. It's nice, isn't it? Said the child. He led them down a corridor that ended in a bridge opening into an enormous empty room. It was nearly dark. The ethereal clarity that bathed the footbridge and the faces of the three friends in blue came from a multitude of fireballs appearing to float around them in space. There were some as small as a pinhead and others as large as an apple. Some glowed with intense blue light. Others leaned towards orange. Of them came also the heavenly music which had astonished the two Venetians. Each ball seemed to emit a slight sound, each sound merging into the immense harmony of the others. The two child's friends had on their faces a serene and delighted expression. "It is beautiful," said finally Doc. "What is it good for?" He spoke in low tones, as if in a temple. "It's like we're in space among the stars," noted Brigg. "You don't say so," admitted the child. He gestured to encompass the following enormous ring, according to which the billions of spheres had concentrated around them. The bridge advanced almost at the center of this ring that passed 100 meters above and below. "You're looking at an exact replica of our galaxy," said Al. "I should inform you that this replica is animated." He pointed to a small bright ball not far from them. "This is Sol and its entourage of planets. Each planet moves in the same way as it does in reality." This translation appears to be in French and German, with some English mixed in. I will translate the portions into English. This synchronization is perfect, by the way, because Mars, for example, influences the position of the model directly. The same goes for the others. Brigg and Doc leaned forward, devouring the small sun with their eyes. "I don't see any planets," said Doc. The child clapped his hands. "The screen," he ordered. A robot advanced on the bridge, pushing before it a metallic cart topped by a circular frame. The heavy steps of the robot echoed sinisterly in the hall. "Thanks," said the child. The robot moved away. The child centered the solar system at the center of the bizarre circle worn by the cart. "Vi call that a magnifying glass, if you like," he said. "The planets are too small for you to pick them out with the naked eye." He pressed a button. The entire solar system swelled into view for the two men. "Marvelous," said Brigg. "See, Doc, this is Venus, and Mercury, and Mars." "Exactly." "Exactly, but—" A slight smile played on his lips as he gave Doc a conspiratorial glance. "This is the first time I've caught you out, Alf," he continued. "You've forgotten about Earth. It's yet the planet that interests us the most at this moment." "I haven't forgotten about Earth," said the child. "But where do you see it?" asked Doc, his eyes bulging out at the solar system, with a detached air, like a child who confesses an enormity with naturalness, in the hope that no one will scold him. Alf declared, "Earth has left the solar system. She is elsewhere." The two Venetians remained in an eerie calm for a good minute. Then Brigg rushed to the child and shook her shoulders. "You don't want to say that you're going to do that, Alf. You're getting crazy. You mock us," Doc added. "Preventing a ball from spinning around a lamp is easy, but playing with real planets—" The child slowly freed himself from the embrace of the engineer. "It's possible," he said slowly. "It's even done." He turned away, walked to the other end of the runway, and pulled on a handle. The runway rose about 20 meters. The child took a long wand and carefully pointed to a spot in the center of the galactic panel. "Here is Earth," he said. "I'm not trying to impress you. It's the truth. Likewise this tiny piece. He centered the invisible point in the middle of the screen and pushed the button to get a strong visual zoom. The Earth appeared with its recognizable profile heights and dried-up depressions. "In the same way," I said, "this patch is located in the center of the room. Its older sister, the real Earth, with its jungles, dead cities, monsters, with Niourk and we, ourselves who are talking now at a considerable distance from Sol, in the center of the galaxy. The Earth is the most isolated of all the planets, safe from all the dangers that could come from abroad. For I doubt we can get to us. I have, after all, taken the necessary precautions." Doc had a big, shuddering sigh. Brig was frantically wiping his forehead, both of them maintaining a deadly silence. The black child replied, "And his position is perfectly safe, at equal distance from all the attracting forces of the other stars. These forces cancel each other out and keep him in one place for the most part." Doc took the first shot. "It's silly," he thought to himself. "The kid has gone mad. He's playing with little balls and taking his fantasies for reality. Let's take this discussion with indifference, like a game of mind." He gave a furtive glance at Brig, but the engineer was too devastated to notice. The Doc approached the magnifying screen. "And can you explain to me how you managed to move the Earth?" he asked in a paternal tone. "Imagine," said the child, "that I want to move a ball without tilting it on its axis. What would I do? I would start by holding firm its two poles with, let's say, 2 pins, and I would move the pins where I wanted them." He dreamed for a moment, then continued, "I'll take you to the poles someday, and there you will see the traces of my installations. To speak like the poets of old, I have led the Earth through space by passing it a silver bit, like a horse, and my reins were tied to both poles. The bite I am telling you about was made up of a force field crossing the Earth from north to south like a long needle piercing an orange." "No," Brig exploded. "You won't make me believe such a thing. You're dreaming, my boy. You're too tired with your silly and dangerous experiences." He raised a shaking hand to his forehead and went on. "And Sol." The succession of days and nights had always passed normally, so we stayed near Sol. And all the disturbances that would have been caused, and the moon. Ah, the moon, the child admitted. But I noticed in time and stole another one on the way a little further. She will always dream the inhabitants of Earth, by clear nights. She does not look quite the same, but who cares? Well, here she is. Doc examined the satellite of the little Earth. By Sol, he swore. It was true. Our moon was a bit smaller. Regarding the disturbances you mentioned earlier, Braid, you haven't noticed them because I had you and Doc sleeping soundly for 6 months while I took Earth on a slalom. Coursed through the constellations, like a good captain would steer his ship between the rocks. D'abord scandalisé, le Doc haussa les épaules. Allons, dit-il, la plaisanterie a assez duré. Ce matin, il a fait jour comme d'habitude, where le soleil cuit nous a éclairés. L'enfant sourit et désigna près de la terre une petite étincelle qui disparaissait peu à peu derrière Essa. Voilà le soleil que vous avez, vous élevé ce matin, Doc, dit l'enfant. Je le crée de toutes pièces. C'est a small satellite star of the Earth. It gives as much light and heat as the sun because it is closer. Seen from here, it has the same appearance and utility. Now, it is the sun that turns around the Earth, and not the Earth that turns around the sun. But I repeat to you that there will be no difference for us. Our way of life will not change. Alf signaled the two men to follow him. Come quickly, he said. They found themselves at the top of Niourk's tallest building, under a transparent dome. Look, the child said, pointing to the setting sun. There is the spark that I showed you the model of earlier. Brigg burst into laughter. By, you almost got me walking, Alf. You have incredible comedic talents. The child raised his hand. Wait a bit, he said. The night will fall quickly now. We'll see if I have comedic talents when you no longer recognize the usual constellation. The stars will become visible. In the hour that followed, Doc and Brigg had to face the truth. It was impossible for them to find the sky map they had known since forever. The child had to take them to a laboratory in a hurry to treat them. The shock had been too hard on them. And now, said Alf, when he had restored them to health, I am forced to notice that there is a question that neither of you has asked me. A question that should still be dear to you, Doc thought. How will we get back to Venus? He asked at last. That's what I was waiting for. Alf banged his fist on the table. Give me a moment and I'll tell you. And why, Doc? Didn't you ask me that sooner? Well, you've completely turned us around with your revelations, Brigg cut in. The black child took a mischievous air. No, he said. I'll tell you myself. Why you didn't ask me earlier how to get home. It's because you're not that much in the mood. Yet, murmured Doc lightly. It is certain, confessed Brigg, that my desire to go home becomes increasingly platonic. I'd like to be on Venus, or at least my mind tells me so, but I'm attached to Earth, even though it has become an isolated planet as never before. You exactly expressed my feelings, said Doc. In the end, I don't want to leave here. And why, in your opinion? The engineer cast a fleeting glance at the black child. I suspect Alf of making us swallow some sort of mixture. Or rather, yes, said the boy. Finish your sentence. Or rather, of influencing us with some kind of ray. I don't know what it is. Alf raised a solemn finger. Listen to me well, said the boy. I couldn't do such a thing to Doc and Brigg, who are my friends. I had promised them to build them a lifeboat, and I did. When are you going to show us? Asked Doc with a lamentable tone. What's wrong with you, Doc? You're not in the mood for coming back. But your loyalty to your government will force you to board, if I've kept my word. And the boat is ready. You're a man on her. Doc put his tongue in his cheek and did not answer. Reassure yourselves, my friends, said Alf. The ship has gone without you. What? Strangled Brigg. Alf laughed heartily. Don't be hypocritical, Brigg. Admit that this revelation has relieved you. You are as pleased as Doc. Come on, confess quickly. The two men had moist eyes. The child took them by the arm tenderly. On my side, I said, I had a problem to solve. Already obliged to keep my promise. I suffered at having to separate from you. So I kept my word and gave the needle to Doc and Brigg. It's been a long time since they arrived on Venus. You sent copies of yourself and Doc onto Venus, exploded Brigg. No, said Alf. I would not have kept my word by keeping the originals. It's you who are the copies. But then, we're living a dream. We, stammered Doc. I made you from scratch, said the child. I repeat that the real Doc and Brigg left. You're nothing but perfect copies, with this one exception. I made them so that they wish to stay on Earth. But come now, it's impossible. I am Brigg. I feel the same. It's a crazy story. Brigg waves his hand dismissively. You feel the same. said the child, imitating the engineer's tone of voice. "You couldn't have paid me a better compliment. It proves to me how successful you've become. And to think that you expressed doubts about the perfection of the new Thos and the new tribe. For me, who knew, these doubts had a certain flavor in your mouth." He dreamed for an instant, then continued, "Fate had deprived me of my tribe. I made myself another identical one. The given word had obliged me to send back home Brig and Doc. I made others for myself." He turned towards his friends. "I give you Niourk," he said. "I am sure that you will have a lot of fun with him. The long holidays have begun. Me, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to lead the only life that's worth living." "You want to go away, my little Alf?" The doctor frowned. The child smiled. "It is amusing to hear myself called my little Alf by someone I made. Yes, I am going, but I will come and see you often enough." The eighth bush was buzzing with cicadas, their sound only occasionally broken by the distant cooing of a quail. Sweating, the hunters' faces glistened. This text is translated into English as, "Toes bent down towards the ground, examining tracks. He slowly unfurled his bow and whispered, 'Wild dogs are not far away. Toes will lead them around to the south with Bag and Gam. The black child will wait here for them along with the other hunters.'" The child nodded in assent. The three men disappeared into the bushes. The child made a gesture to the others to imitate him, and lay down in the tall grass. He was ill. Gravel hurt his knees. A mosquito bit him on the shoulder. He felt very hot. He licked the wound of a thorn on his wrist, wiped the sweat that stung his eyes, and took the shiny stick. "Let the hunters be quiet," he said. "Wild dogs will come this way. The hunters will kill them with stones. The black child will help them with the weapon of the gods. There will be a lot of meat in the village's fire tonight." He signaled the bear to lie down next to him and stroked its head. Then he put his ear on the ground, listening to the dog's gallop. An indefinable smile lingered on his bloody, chapped lips, raw from the cold of the previous night. "The only life worth living," he murmured, thinking of the pale copy of Alf that Brig and Doc, the real ones, had taken to Venus without suspecting the substitution.